Okay, we will be live in five, four, three, two, one.
Good morning. Today is Wednesday, February 3rd, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of February. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Today on our agenda, we will be considering non-restricted, restricted, new games, casino player dispute appeals, and the public comment from beginning and end. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comments, please.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. We did receive one public comment. I'll read that into the record now. That comment is from Justin Yamik. Hello, my name is Justin Yamik, and I represent Beyond Gaming. From as early as I can remember, I was helping my uncle refurbish mechanical slot machines. He sold them then and still does today. His wife, my aunt, own an arcade, and I spent a lot of time at. My interest in video games and gambling started at a young age. My love for sound, sights, and the machines themselves was undeniable. In 2008, I was going to compete in a video game tournament in Las Vegas for a large cash prize. My team couldn't afford the trip, and my daughter was born the same weekend. Since we couldn't make it to Las Vegas, I wanted to come up with a way for people to play video games and win money more easily. In 2009, my friend Dana and my brother-in-law Tony and I formed Beyond Gaming. We built a website that allowed gamers to wager money on video games and play in tournaments for cash and prizes. We made money by taking in a rake. One thing that made us stand out from our other competitor was that we automatically verified the results of the match. It was successful from the start. Our slogan was "Play for something." We spent the next 5 years building the company and our software. Our team of around 10 lived and breathed Beyond Gaming. At times, we worked for multiple days and nights nonstop to hit our deadlines. Our motto was "Teamwork makes the dream work." Everything was going very well. We had partnered with some of the largest video game companies in the world. We had over 200,000 users. We had always talked about having ways of people to bet on video games in person. We started talking with a casino company, Rock Gaming, about bringing video games to casino floors. In 2012, Tony stepped down as CEO and Blaine Greyboys took over. In 2013, we decided to host a video game casino night with Rock Gaming. Our team stepped up and developed 4 different gaming prototypes in development where players could bet on video games. One of the gaming prototypes was a racing game where a player would bet on whether they would complete a racetrack in a certain amount of time. The casino night was a huge success. We'd already allowed players to wager on a racing game on our website, but in early 2014, we decided to automate the racing game prototype from the casino night and build a prototype that worked similar to a traditional slot machine. I helped build the cabinet and racetrack. Stan and the rest of the team built the software and prepared the hardware. We ended up calling it Video Game Gambling Machine, or VGM. This too was a hit. We started talking with another large casino company, Caesars, and they wanted to fast track it and get our VGMs on their casino floors as soon as possible. We were all extremely excited, and felt that all the hard work we had put into Beyond Gaming was going to pay off. Blaine was a good CEO at first, but something changed. He offered to buy our prototypes and the intellectual property we developed as a team to start a new company called GameCo that would build the VGMs. The offer was very bad for us. He cut everyone out of the team except for Dan. The rest of the team would be left behind with a very small ownership of GameCo. We could not accept it, neither could Dan. Blaine then filed for bankruptcy for Beyond Gaming and took our prototypes and intellectual property. The bankruptcy paperwork was signed off by our board member, Robert Montgomery, a co-founder of GameCo. They left the prototypes and intellectual property off the bankruptcy. GameCo now has VGMs on the casino floors that are similar or nearly exactly the same as the concepts we developed at Beyond Gaming. Blaine used Beyond Gaming's white paper that explains the VGMs to get 2 patents. It was devastating to say the least. We trusted Blaine and he crushed our dreams. A close-knit team of approximately 10 Beyond Gaming employees, from founders to interns, had to part ways after so much excitement. It was very hard on everyone. He was a mentor, a father figure to many of us. Not only did it hurt our company, it hurt us personally. One team member spent months in the hospital due to what he did. We will never forget what Blaine and Robert did to us. They left deep scars that have yet to fully heal. We are good and reasonable people. If they'd handled the situation better, we would all still be in business together. They chose to be greedy, though, and we hope that they don't do the same to other good people. That is why we are here today. Hopefully, this is the beginning of the end of our pain if they don't treat others the way they treated us. Thank you for taking us seriously, Las Vegas. Justin Yamik. That was our only public comment received.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. That will conclude or close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for January of 2021.
Okay, each of us has had the opportunity, I assume, to review the disposition. Would either of my colleagues like to make a motion?
Yes, I'll move for approval of the prior month's disposition for January 2021 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Okay. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our non-restricted agenda items. Would you please read into the record non-restricted item number 1?
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Blaine Joshua Goldman for a finding of suitability or licensure as a trustee, beneficiary, officer, director, manager, and key executive of MASH 3 Separate Property Trust, Gameco Holdco Inc., and Gameco LLC as noted on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Okay. I can see Mr. Mays. I see Mr. Goldman. Okay, we have everyone who's going to appear. I think they're here. Is that right, Mr. Mays? You're on mute. We'll give her a second to work out the IT stuff. Let's start. I'd ask, oh, there you go. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry about that. It seems like there's always technical difficulties. Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of the applicant. I believe you mentioned that you can see that he is also appearing, Blaine Greyboys Goldman, via video from London, actually. Mr. Chairman, if it's all right with you, I'd like to just provide a brief overview of the application, and then I will cede the video to Mr. Goldman to give a presentation.
That'd be great. Will you go through the original sort of disposition and how we got here, the limited, everything else?
Sure. So let's start with Mr. Goldman is the trustee and beneficiary of the MASH 3 Separate Property Trust. That trust is the majority shareholder in Gameco Holdco Inc., which is the sole member of Gameco LLC. Gameco LLC is licensed as a manufacturer and distributor. Mr. Goldman is the co-founder of Gameco. He holds the positions of CEO and director of the parent company, and he is CEO, president, and secretary of the licensee. The parent company was registered and Gameco was licensed by the commission 2 years ago in February of 2019 by the commission. But at that time, the commission approved Mr. Goldman only for a limited license, and that limited license is set to expire at midnight on the date of the commission meeting this month. Let me say that we appreciate the work that was done by the investigative team on this matter. Supervisor Nathan Allen, Senior Agent Brian Smith, and Agent Brandon Peters. It has been challenging, to say the least, for all of us to work from home and remotely and to try to maintain some semblance of professionalism. But the investigations team did a commendable job managing the various telephone calls and collection of documents and hosting Zoom meetings since we can't meet in person anymore. The personal accounting and tax issues that gave rise to the limited license for Mr. Goldman were all resolved prior to that meeting in 2019. However, as I understand it, the board and commission wanted to keep an eye on Mr. Goldman and make sure that things stayed in a good place for the over the 2-year period. My understanding is that everything has been in good order and that the investigations team found that, and that your report should also reflect that. and that in the 2 years since the company has been licensed, there have been no similar issues and no accounting, financial, or regulatory irregularities by Mr. Goldman or by the company. And Mr. Goldman will speak to that more specifically when he gives his presentation. In short, Mr. Goldman has been quite a suitable licensee. He's also been very responsive and cooperative throughout this investigation. The area that took the most attention during the investigation was not related to those items, but related to something that goes back 6 years ago to a company that was referenced in the opening statement during the public comments. And specifically, in January of 2020, a gentleman posted an article about skill gaming on LinkedIn, a social media post. The article was written by someone who had tried unsuccessfully to sell a patent to GameCo and who had been threatening and harassing Mr. Goldman leading up to posting that article. The article included both disparaging allegations about Mr. Goldman and GameCo, which both maintain are false. The company nevertheless took these allegations seriously. The compliance committee performed a very thorough review. The company notified the Gaming Control Board, also notified the New Jersey DGE, and the company hired an outside law firm to perform an independent audit of the allegations. The audit resulted in an inconclusive phase 1 report that recommended a phase 2 investigation. The compliance committee passed on this second investigation. Keep in mind that at this time, there had been no litigation or any formal claims filed by anyone from that former company against Mr. Goldman or GameCo. And rather than having this independent firm do a second investigation, which, by the way, the first one was very expensive and time consuming, they instead had their outside counsel do an analysis of both the report and also review the allegations and also do some research from a intellectual property and litigation perspective. Again, with the absence of actual claims against Mr. Goldman or GameCo, and also a determination that the statute of limitations had run on any potential claims, the Compliance Committee voted to suspend further activity on the matter and report its findings to both the board and the DGE. As part of staff's investigation over these last few months, they conducted interviews of Mr. Goldman, the company's other founder, Robert Montgomery, chairman of the Compliance Committee, A.G. Burnett, and outside litigation counsel, Brian Foster. Supporting statements have also been provided to the board by Mr. Goldman, the bankruptcy attorney who handled the bankruptcy of the prior company, and an executive from the largest investor and shareholder in that company. All of that supports Mr. Goldman's side of the story. We are certainly willing to answer more questions relating to this matter, but I hope that you can conclude, as the company's compliance committee and outside counsel have concluded, that Mr. Goldman is an exemplary licensee, and his reputation and the company he's built should not be sullied by a vindictive social media post. Unless you have questions for me, I'd like to cede the video to Mr. Goldman to give his presentation.
I don't have any questions at this point. Do my colleagues have any questions they'd like to ask now? Do you remember?
I don't want to ask anything right now. I'd prefer if Mr. Goldman could proceed.
Okay, please go ahead. Mr. Goldman.
Thank you very much. Hello, I'm Blaine Greyboys Goldman, co-founder and CEO of GameCo. I appreciate the opportunity to appear today before the Nevada Gaming Control Board. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our new chairman, Bryn Gibson, and board members Terry Johnson and Philip Katsaros, as well as Executive Secretary Marie Bell. Additionally, I would like to thank Senior Agent Brian Smith and Supervisor Nathan Allen for their thorough and professional work during the investigation process. Last year was one of the most difficult periods for our industry and the state of Nevada, as we experienced the incredibly punishing effects of the worldwide pandemic. For a startup such as GameCo, it was extremely challenging to adjust to casino shutdowns and considerable uncertainty in the business. I am proud to report that not only has GameCo successfully navigated this unprecedented time, we also have very positive momentum as we expand our company to develop innovative products and experiences that represent the future of video games, esports, and regulated gaming. At GameCo, we are driven by a player-centric strategy focused on Gen X, Millennial, and the emerging Gen Z demographics, combined with a focus on the category of video game gambling, which we invented. We believe there is significant opportunity and a considerable unmet need for new, unique products and experiences that attract and monetize a new and generally younger customer. In 2019, we engaged in one of the largest ever studies of consumer behavior in casino gaming with one of the leading data scientists in our industry, which we call GameCo VGM Insights. This study was based on multiple years of information from multiple casinos and thousands of games in vastly different markets. We uncovered many astounding facts through this study. Likely the most meaningful insight was that 81% of coin-in or actual spending on GameCo's video game gambling machines was from players ages 21 to 49 years old. This is nearly 4 times the rate of coin-in on traditional slot machines in our study from the same demographic. At GameCo, we do not believe that slot machines will ever disappear. They're optimized products built by very talented developers. However, there is clearly a need in our industry for new, different products and experiences that engage in the next generation of customers, the video game generation. Today, GameCo has video game gambling machines operating at casinos in the state of Nevada and elsewhere, which perform at 2 or even 3 times zone or house average. And these games are monetizing a completely untapped and underserved audience of new, younger players. Over the past 2 years, GameCo has expanded our category of video game gambling to iGaming and esports books. We are producing games which will soon be distributed to hundreds of digital casinos worldwide, bringing our unique style of gameplay to new audiences globally. We have also announced the first ever dedicated esports book, set to open soon in Colorado. We plan to expand our esports betting offering to all jurisdictions that have regulated the activity, including Nevada. As a venture-backed startup, it is extremely challenging to operate in an industry dominated by multi-billion-dollar corporations. At GameCo, we bring a nimble tech startup approach that allows us to identify new opportunities and swiftly launch products and experiences to address emerging market demand. We do all of this under a mantra I have promoted since the beginning of my career: be polite, calm, and kind. I am thankful to all of the team members at GameCo, our investors, and our customers and partners who are supporting our focus on and commitment to innovation. When I appeared before this board for my initial licensing in 2019, I was issued a 2-year limited license. I understand that the board and commission had concerns about accounting and tax reporting matters from my pre-GameCo business activities. These concerns included the historical reconciliation of total deposits for certain tax years and the gross receipts of my wholly owned company, MASH3 Inc., and the wages on my personal tax return. At that time, I engaged a well-regarded local Las Vegas accounting firm, Garrity & Associates. Using a very conservative accounting approach, Garrity & Associates concluded that there was underreporting in certain years, but also over-reporting in a couple of years. In total, the delta amounted to approximately $80,000 over 5 years. We quickly and thoroughly amended my returns for tax years 2012 through 2016, which were filed and accepted in January 2019. Since this time, I've continued the engagement with Garrity & Associates, who handle all of the bookkeeping and accounting for MASH3 and for me personally. I'm pleased and proud to report that these best practices have resulted in a system and structure that ensures stringent accounting of my personal and business accounts and taxes. I believe that my most recent investigation verifies the proper management of this matter, as no questions or concerns were raised by the agent. At GameCo, despite the modest size of our company, we follow the same best practices of the larger, often public companies in our industry. This includes following best-in-class accounting and auditing processes, which are led by our highly experienced CFO, Art Hamilton, and supported by our outside accounting firm and auditors, Deloitte Touche. Our board of directors and board of managers, as well as our compliance committee, are operated with the highest standards of governance and corporate responsibility. I take the responsibility and privilege of holding a Nevada gaming license very seriously, and I am confident that I conduct myself with character, integrity, and honesty in all matters, both professionally and personally. To this point, I would like to proactively address a matter that was raised during my most recent investigation relating to a consulting role I held from 2012 to 2014. Approximately 1 year ago, a false and defamatory allegation was made against me by a known bad actor with a history of harassing and even extorting other gaming companies in Nevada. As soon as I became aware of these false allegations, I immediately reported the matter to GameCo's inside and outside counsel and to the chairman of GameCo's compliance committee, Mr. A.G. Burnett. After a brief initial review by GameCo, which lasted approximately 1 week, GameCo's general counsel reported the false allegations to the appropriate parties at the Nevada Gaming Control Board and the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement within approximately 10 days after I had initially learned of these false allegations. GameCo conducted an audit of the matter, and after thoroughly reviewing the findings, GameCo's compliance committee determined that the allegations were false and without merit. GameCo's compliance committee then determined that there were no further actions to be taken and voted to suspend any further activity on the matter. GameCo's compliance committee then reported its findings to the relevant authorities and considered the matter closed. This was communicated to the appropriate parties at the Nevada Gaming Control Board, who noted their appreciation of the thorough handling of the matter by GameCo, and they had no further questions. I maintain that during my brief engagement with this other company, I conducted myself with professionalism and responsibility of care under the oversight and approval of the board of managers and lead investors of the company. During my investigation, I responded promptly and thoroughly to all inquiries from the Nevada Gaming Control Board's agents. I have also transparently and proactively shared the details about this matter with GameCo's board of directors and managers, GameCo's executive team, and in fact, the entire company, GameCo's key investors, and all of GameCo's internal and external legal counsels. This is not just a personal matter for me. As the CEO of GameCo, I am ultimately responsible for more than 30 employees, most residents of the state of Nevada, and the investment made in our company. I take these responsibilities very seriously. I am confident that this matter has been handled in a manner befitting the holder of a privileged Nevada gaming license. As we look to the future of gaming, I am eager to continue playing a role in bringing innovation and growth to our industry. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I'm happy to discuss any questions. Excuse me, Chair Gibson, I believe you're on mute. I can't hear you.
Okay, I was on mute, sorry. I thank you for the presentation. What I said is, I don't think there's any question about the excitement and innovative ideas that your company has and that you've developed. They're exciting. I think that I'm excited to see this notion of video game gambling and see it in various venues, live, that is in person on the floor, and also in iGaming spaces. So that's wonderful. And I think that is sort of the next iteration of gambling, or one of them. Seth Shore is a well-known innovator. I think he's on your board, is he not?
Yes, he's our independent board member.
Good. And I'm familiar with Sean Reed and with A.G. Burnett. I worked closely with them in my prior life as chief of the gaming division in AG's office. So they're good people, and that's a good compliance team, it sounds like. Let me open it up to my colleagues. I mean, so with the past application, there were issues, as you mentioned, with taxes. There were issues with some non-disclosures of suits on the PhD. But I think that for the most part, that stuff has been cleaned up, and so that's not the issue currently. The issue that we may want to explore here, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues for additional questioning, and I'll jump in as we go along, is this claim of potential misappropriation of intellectual property that is several years old and that is difficult to ascertain in this kind of forum, just given the context and the way the facts are presented, and given the fact that we don't have sufficient briefing or the ability to cross-examine, and we don't have sufficient discovery. So with that said, I will turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Well, thank you, Chair Gibson. Oh, Member Johnson.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Gibson. Thank you, Mr. Goldman, Ms. Vermees, for the overview here. I did want to jump into what Chair Gibson mentioned, of course, which I would term as sort of the heart of the discussion that's probably going to ensue here. But I did want to step back just a little bit, and we've got an update a bit on where GameCo is in the marketplace, but I wanted to talk about the history. I was not present during the last board meeting, nor was Chair Gibson, but it would be helpful, I believe, if we could start from there about some of the origins of GameCo and then bringing us up to date where the company is today, although you did outline a few data points already. So if you could start with that.
Sure. GameCo was founded in early 2015. We raised our first investment capital in the fall of 2015 and began development of our first products. We launched the first ever video game gambling machine on November 2nd, 2016 in Atlantic City at 3 Caesars properties. We continued to iterate on the platform and game designs over the next few years and raised a few additional rounds of capital to support that as well. In 2019, we launched our most important technology to date, which we call Gamer's Edge, which makes our games truly skill-based, meaning a skilled player can win a higher payout and more money than an average player while still maintaining the hold percentage for the casino. This was by far the most important development in our product. And as we've seen those games roll out over the ensuing year or two, we've seen increased performance. The metric we often share is that we've seen a 900% increase in win per unit between our first games in 2016 and the games as they were at the end of 2019 and 2020. Of course, last year saw casinos shut down across the country. We primarily operate in the Southwest, Oklahoma, Nevada, where we have games with a few casinos, and California. And so we worked with operators at the end of 2020 to bring our new games online. And we continue to see strong demand for our retail product. We're very cautious about the investment of capital expense in the manufacturing of machines, just given the continued uncertainty related to the industry as regards the pandemic. But we continue to see very strong demand. We continue to focus on the Southwest, and we continue to iterate on the Gamer's Edge technology and bringing new, better games to the industry. We spent most of last year focused on expanding into digital, which includes iGaming and our esports books. And we're preparing to launch our first iGaming games in the next few months. And as I mentioned, we're poised to launch the first ever esports book over the next month or two as well.
So the iGaming then, is that going to be skill-based as well?
Most of the games are skill-based. Some of them are, I think, what the industry would refer to as arcade or interactive, where skill is not a primary factor, but they are not slot games. They're very differentiated for a younger audience. And we're seeing a lot of demand for those differentiated games with digital casinos worldwide.
And is that then your product line all going to be monetized via gambling aspect as opposed to a social component?
Currently, all of our games are real money games. The online games or iGaming games that we're building will function in a social environment, and we do plan to release them in a social environment. We don't have any specific publishing or distribution plans for social, but the games we are producing will allow us to distribute them in social.
And are you going to look to deploy this via an RGS, or are you going to do a direct game integration?
That is a great technical question. We have decided to partner with one of the larger iGaming technology companies, and we're building our games directly onto their platform. We want to stay focused on making great games and not necessarily the investment in an RGS or player account management system.
So you'll use their RGS and their distribution channels that they have in place already.
That is correct.
Makes great sense. And then on the esports, you touched upon that for a minute. Could you expand upon your plans there with the esports? Did you call it arena or?
We call it an esports book. And it is betting on professional esports events, which, as you know, are regulated in Nevada as well as a number of other jurisdictions. Nevada does have the other event model where individual events need to be pre-approved by the board for wagering. And we plan to submit events for wagering in the state of Nevada. We're launching the first esports book, and it is the first ever dedicated esports book in the US in Colorado. We have partnered with 3 other companies that are providing us with our technology stack, the data that the wagering will be placed on, and a company that is providing us with odds and trading to support that activity. So this is what we think of as a fully outsourced turnkey solution. What we're finding in the market is that there is an enormous amount of interest in esports wagering, but because of the state-by-state rollout of sports betting and to a certain degree now iGaming as well, the larger companies are just very focused on their rollout on that state-by-state basis of traditional sports betting. And it's left something of a white space around esports betting. So given the heritage of GameCo and the intersection of our category in video games, esports, and regulated gaming, we felt very well poised to bring this product to market. We are currently negotiating our first deals in Nevada, as well as a few other states that have all regulated esports betting. So this will primarily be an online activity, though we do plan to launch a retail solution later this year as well.
Okay, yeah, and I'm happy to see the growth of esports and the interest that's out there. I think folks like yourself, myself, certainly, we were doing this activity when we were 10, 15 years old. Everybody throwing $20. There was nobody was monetizing it except for the winner. And you'd throw $20 in, and on a Friday or Saturday night, you'd have a tournament. You'd do brackets of hockey, football, or whatever the game was at the time. So this is just obviously gone on steroids now with where we're at in esports world now. So I see it as a huge growth space as well. So thank you for that. I did want to step back though, again, as to the origins of GameCo. How did you, come to vision GameCo and the products that you're now delivering? How did that roll out?
Sure. I originally conceived of the concept of video game gambling while I was a consultant to the company that was noted earlier. That company had been in a very different space as an online matchmaking platform for console gamers, and originally conceived of the concept while I was a consultant to that company. We developed some very crude, rudimentary early mock-ups that we would call of the experience. We tested some of those at casino nights that we conducted in late 2013. Ultimately, there was no ability to raise capital around the opportunity at the time. As I believe you're likely aware from the materials we've provided and discussed as part of the investigation, that company ultimately had no funding, and the lead investors and board of managers of that company decided to pursue Chapter 7 bankruptcy. Ultimately, all of the assets of the company were abandoned by the court. And at that abandonment, there was really no legal claim to any of those assets by any party. And I continued over, that was in December 2014. And I continued over the next year to iterate and improve and grow the idea around it, ultimately creating the first product that we launched in 2016.
And what was the prior company developing at that time specifically, and what had they monetized up to that point?
They were what we would call an online matchmaking platform for console gamers. So you noted that you grew up competing in games against your friends. So that company would allow you and I to meet up in a console game, play against each other, and win prizes.
And then they would take a rake?
They would take a rake, yes. The company was ultimately unsuccessful. I was brought in by the lead investors and board of managers when the company had failed to meet a number of milestones. Ultimately, under my direction, we were able to roll out the next version of the software, but it never really gained traction from a financial standpoint. And ultimately, the investors made the decision to wind down that company through Chapter 7 bankruptcy.
Okay, so that company was up and running, though, having players meet up online, gaming against each other.
That is correct. Yeah, it wasn't a very large audience, given the company wasn't monetizing very well, but absolutely had console gamers meeting up to play for prizes.
So they developed the platform as well as the game content?
They did not develop any game content. They developed the matchmaking platform. All of the games were off-the-shelf games, so you would play in a game like Call of Duty or Madden or FIFA to play for prizes.
Understood. And then you termed your role as a consultant. Our materials suggest that at a certain point you were the CEO as well as director.
That is correct. I was the consulting CEO from about early 2013 till the bankruptcy was finalized in December 2014. But I was always a consultant in that role.
Okay, I wanted to just clarify that. When you say consulting CEO, you were contracted as a consultant?
That is correct. I was contracted as a consultant. That is correct.
And so firstly, just as a consultant, and then later as the consulting CEO.
That is correct. I did my first consulting engagement in September, October 2013, when the company had failed to meet a number of milestones and was brought in by the lead investors. After conducting 2 reviews, the lead investors ultimately asked me to take over the role as CEO, which I accepted, I would say, at the very end of 2013.
Okay, and I wanted to ask about that then. How did you get brought on? Who were those lead investors, and what was the composition of the board at that time?
Well, there were 2 lead investors. One was a venture capital firm based in London. The other was a local venture capital firm in Ohio. The composition of the board at the time, I honestly don't recall. It changed very often, but I would say there were likely 5 or 6 members of the board of managers, including representatives from the company and both of the lead investors.
Okay. And that company, how many employees did it have?
At different times, about 10.
Okay. So when you say at different times, there was never a period where they had 50.
No.
It was always a small team of a dozen or less.
That is correct.
Okay. And then when you were serving as a consultant, it sounds as if you were still probably one of the lead management members at that time.
That is correct.
Okay. And you already mentioned there was nothing necessarily commercialized, at least not to any great extent. But was it fair, I guess, that that company was very much focused on development efforts still at the time of bankruptcy, or had they turned the corner to focus more on monetizing?
Oh, no. The company had essentially been wound down in the late fall of 2013. All employees were terminated in November 2013. I remained the only engaged party by the company after November 2013.
Okay, up until the time it was wound down.
That is correct. I remained the only engaged party.
Okay. Were you involved during that time in making sales pitches and doing presentations and essentially being out there on the road, pounding the pavement, trying to commercialize it to a greater extent?
Absolutely. I would say I was the lead party doing so.
So is it safe to say that you were involved in all aspects then? A team of 10 or less, basically, you're a small family there. Everybody knows what's going on with everybody else's duties and so forth.
Very much so.
Okay. I've got a good understanding of all that. I wanted to maybe give the opportunity to Chair Gibson and Member Johnson if they had any questions up to this point.
Member Johnson was here for the last hearing, so I'd like to turn it over to him for questioning if he has anything.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Member Charles, for that line of questioning that was helpful to developing this record. So just to recap, and I regret that we have to fill in these gaps, but I just want to make sure we do cover them, Mr. Goldman. So welcome back to the Gaming Control Board, you and your council. I do recall the conversations we had 2 years ago, and I just wanted to make certain, I think your council touched on it, but you still have the CPA firm, because the last time we were here, there were some accounting and tax issues. It's my understanding they've all been corrected, and you still do retain the CPA firm to handle your personal and business finances?
That is correct, Member Johnson. I mentioned that in my opening statements. I work with Garrity and Associates. They're based in Las Vegas. They're very familiar with gaming companies and executives. And I would say, for myself as a, very small one-person business and, a modest individual, we go above and beyond in terms of that engagement and the, stringent and thorough bookkeeping, accounting, and tax filing that's done by Garrity and Associates. They handle all of the bookkeeping for my company, MASH3, and for me personally. They maintain separate QuickBooks accounts for both my company and myself personally, and they handle all of the tax matters for my company and for me personally.
All right. And last time we had talked about some litigation that you had been involved in, and have there been any litigation matters involving you that have commenced since we last saw you, or that we were not aware of or discussed the last time we saw you?
There are not any litigation matters that were raised with me personally. There was a matter that was raised with GameCo related to a company that had acquired some assets from the company in 2017. We ultimately didn't come to an agreement on certain earnout thresholds between GameCo and that acquiring company. And rather than litigate the matter, we engaged in a settlement with that company, which is currently up to date and is scheduled to be closed this month in February. So it was not actual litigation, but rather than pursue or get engaged in the litigation, we came to a settlement.
Is that the matter that was the subject of a June 17th, 2020 confidential settlement agreement and release of claims?
I believe so, yes.
And there was an agreement to make 4 installments. And what's the status of those installment payments?
We are up to date, and the final payment is scheduled for, I believe, February 12th or 15th. I'm not looking at a calendar, but it would be whatever's not a weekend in that period.
Good. And then when was your last contact with any law enforcement agencies?
I have not had any contact with any law enforcement agencies, certainly not in the intervening period of my last licensing. So I don't know top of mind.
And then it was a good conversation about the demographics of gaming, and I was going to cover that, but I think there's enough in the record for it. We talked about the consulting role that you had at your company prior to GameCo, and was that relationship memorialized in any way in some form of an agreement between you and the company as to what your responsibilities would be and what have you?
Yes, I had a consulting agreement. We've been unable to find a fully executed copy of that agreement. It's quite old and the company is now defunct, but it was a form agreement that I used with all of my consulting clients.
All right. So when you say you weren't able to locate a copy, that's any copy. Was anything provided to the investigating agent regarding the agreement between you and the company?
I'm not certain. I don't know, Sonia, if you recall. If it was requested, it was provided. That's
Right.
for sure.
I'm sorry, was it provided?
No, I said if it was requested, it would have been provided. I do not recall if it was requested and provided.
So that agreement, would it have spoken to the types of work product that you would generate or be expected to generate while engaged in this agreement, and what would govern the disposition of any concepts or work product that you generated while engaged with the company?
It probably wasn't very specific on types of work products. I would have to assume that it would have allowed for assignment of those work products to the customer.
Let's see. And let me just touch on a couple of things, and then I'm going to just tell you kind of where I'm at with regards to analyzing this. I did want to make sure I understood what you were characterizing as false and defamatory allegations. More specifically, what are you referring to with regards to false and defamatory allegations that were made against you?
Sure. Again, the only point of reference I have is the social media post that Sonia referenced at the beginning. So all of my response is based on that. And I would say it ultimately would fall into the buckets, if you will, that I did not create the concepts around video game gambling and that they pre-existed my engagement with that company. That is wholly false and untrue. And I would say the other major false allegation is that I somehow orchestrated the bankruptcy of the company to gain control of or wrest control of any assets that were created there. I think everyone here is probably aware that, entering into a bankruptcy requires the approval of the lead investors and board of managers. That is where the initiative for the bankruptcy both started and was approved by the lead investors and board of managers In fact, they paid for the Chapter 7 bankruptcy on a pro rata basis based on their relative investment level or ownership level in the company.
So how many lead investors are we talking about?
There were two. One was substantial. I believe in the bankruptcy filing, it was about $2 million that they had invested and or lent to the company. The other was much more modest. I don't know the exact amount, but a couple $100,000.
And then how many persons comprise the board of managers?
At that time, there were 3 persons at the time of the bankruptcy. Is that the question?
Yes.
There were 3 members of the board of managers, of which I was one.
So these 5 persons were involved in the decision to pursue bankruptcy and would have initiated the bankruptcy proceedings?
Absolutely. And you just said 5 persons, so I just want to clarify. There were 2 firms, the venture capital firms. Each of those firms probably were comprised of, 4 to 10 individuals. I don't know the exact numbers there. One of them had a direct seat on the board of managers, and that person from the smaller investment firm was the one who initiated ultimately the vote on the bankruptcy filing. But both firms were extensively involved in the run-up to the decision to file for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. And I believe that we provided a affirmative statement from one of the executives of the larger investment firm stating that they were the ones that initiated the bankruptcy filing.
I think the clarification you were then providing is that when you refer to lead investors, you are not referring to individuals, but entities.
That is correct. That is the clarification I was making.
All right, thank you. So here's where my thoughts are just at this point, to the degree it might assist you and your counsel in the balance of your presentation to establish your suitability. So I recall from our meeting 2 years ago that I looked at all the various incidents that we had discussed then, the tax issues, the prior arrest issue, some litigation. And I remember saying that individually, either of those incidents might not have caused much alarm, but taken in totality, it just created enough pause to say, let's evaluate this for a little bit longer. It would have been good if we had had the information then that we're, I think, going to spend a large deal of time talking about today, so that we could have vetted it at that time. But nonetheless, to borrow from the parlance of the industry we regulate, we'll play the hand we've been dealt. The information that we have now, I think, is going to have to be very carefully vetted, because it will go to the same question about qualifications and suitability for licensure and approval, and issues of character and integrity and business acumen and probity and what have you. And so we now come back 2 years later, and we were going down the list as I was reading through this set of documents, and things were checking off pretty good in terms of not having any repetition of issues from 2 years ago. Now we've got this issue and surrounding intellectual property, and it's a unique framing here, because this is not the Intellectual Property Control Board, and we don't have jurisdiction or knowledge or expertise over matters concerning intellectual property, but we do have an obligation to vet the issues, because they go to one of, if not the core consideration for gaming licensing, and that's the suitability of the individuals involved and their business dealings and character and what have you. And so I don't want to obviously adjudicate that. I will note that the Gaming Commission has reserved for itself the ability to make findings and conclusions, notwithstanding the fact that there may not have been any other prior lawsuits or regulatory actions or what have you. So it's not something we can totally and outright dismiss. And I have a number of questions and concerns about the underlying issues that are before us. And a lot of them do turn on the bankruptcy filing, because my facial impression is that it seems like there was a motivation to take the prior company into bankruptcy in order to avail yourself of its assets going forward. And in addition to that bankruptcy issue, I had some questions and concerns about the documents that were submitted to the bankruptcy court and the degree to which they were accurate and truly reflective of the assets of the former company and how it came about to be in the hands of the new company. And you mentioned something that was interesting as well, in the issue of abandonment as it's meant in the context of bankruptcy and what all that entailed. And I think we're going to have to flesh that out further. And there were also some representations made to potential investors. And I noticed you mentioned some of the investors that you had some dealings with, including in the context of the bankruptcy proceedings. But I do have some questions and concerns about information that may have been presented to potential investors that may not have been accurate with regards to issues of intellectual property and issues of the assets of the former company. And so all of these items, they just kind of swirl with some interrelatedness. And at the center of that swirl, Mr. Goldman, is you, the applicant, and the degree to which you are going to have to establish your suitability. As you know, you've been before the board and you're familiar with its operations, you're familiar with its statutes as well as that of the commission. You know that under Nevada law, it is almost a presumption of unsuitability. NRS 463.160170, I'm citing to for purposes of the transcribed record. And it basically establishes a construct where a person is almost presumed unsuitable and the burden rests with them on all times to prove their suitability. So I do want to be careful today that we don't get complacent or too comfortable by perhaps the line of questioning that, oh, if they didn't ask me about this, I don't have to discuss it, or, oh, if this wasn't something that there's some documents for, I'm not going to worry about it being deemed relevant or important. I just want to issue the reminder that the burden rests with you. You basically start over now because the approval you received last time around expires here in just a couple of weeks. And so you're basically standing at the bar afresh, anew, trying to establish your suitability. And I want to let you know at the outset that I have some significant concerns with some of the issues that I talked about. So with that, I'm going to yield for the moment, and I want to see how the balance of the discussion and the questions go. But I did want to give you and your counsel an opportunity to just be clearly apprised of where the starting point is for me in evaluating this application.
Member Johnson, may I speak for a minute to that? I am well aware of what's required by our statutes and regulations. I've been doing this for a long time. I have now had the opportunity to work with Mr. Goldman for approximately 4 years, and he is extremely forthcoming in his responses to me. When I say you need to do this instead of that, he jumps to do it. He has done everything he can to be a fantastic licensee and to comply with the statutes and the regulations and what's required here. As you've heard, he every item that was brought up 2 years ago, he has addressed and went above and beyond to address. He has outside regulatory counsel, he has outside litigation and corporate counsel, he has accountants in place, he has a compliance committee made up of a former board chairman and a former board member, and is doing everything possible to walk the straight and narrow that's required of a gaming licensee. All of these issues would never have come up if someone hadn't posted an article. And I think, as all of us have seen over the last year or so, somebody can post something on social media and it can gain a lot of traction because there's a wide audience. And whether it's true or not, folks start to believe the truth of it. And that's not fair. And it leaves individuals in a real tough spot, because you're fighting against this social media world. It's almost impossible. The guy that wrote that article has no ties to that former company, had no skin in that game. But somebody who did was the largest investor. That largest investment company had put $2 million into that company, and it was lost. And they weren't going to make any money. They had no chance of making any money. And the only thing left for them was to file for bankruptcy. And the individual representative from that company that had skin in the game, that it was important that that company succeeded or failed. I mean, it was that person had standing. We provided a statement from that individual, and here's what he says. Somebody that worked with Mr. Goldman and who had a direct tie to that company. And if anyone was going to bring a claim against Mr. Goldman or Gameco, it would have been that company and that individual. And he says, finally, it is worth mentioning that working with Blaine was a refreshing experience, and it would be a pleasure to do so again at some time in the future. He was honest, transparent, and direct. He was selfless and protective of the employee group, and he had the tenacity to follow through on an ambitious vision, and then a vision that certainly he had while he was at that company. But you can't patent or copyright what's in someone's head. That company wasn't going to make it. So he went on his own and took what was in his head and created what is now Gameco, a successful company. And it was a lot of hard work to get here. So to tear him down and suggest that his suitability doesn't meet our standards, all stemming from a social media post, it's just not fair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vermees. And so now, for my opportunity to clarify, I don't think anyone from the Gaming Control Board has torn down anyone or at this point attacked their suitability. I did, however, want to share with you where the concerns were so that you and your client could shape as you choose or not choose to make the balance of your presentation. But I haven't heard anyone on the board tear down anyone as of yet or attack their suitability, simply because statements were made by me anyway, that there were concerns and there were questions. So I wanted to offer that clarification. Second, the thing that I think perhaps does perhaps mitigate to your favor, to your client's favor, is that the lack of claims in any other tribunal that have been filed on this. That is something that is not lost, that if there were persons who feel aggrieved, certainly the Gaming Control Board is not a place to adjudicate intellectual property disputes or claims, and there are forums in which to do so. And from my understanding, those avenues have not been pursued to date. The challenge I have is the information that I know, I cannot unknow it. And so I ask myself, is it relevant, this information, and is it reasonable to probe in relationship to the approval that is being sought? And so when I look at whether it's relevant and reasonable to probe, and the fact that I cannot unknow it, it would be I think, a dereliction of my duty to simply say, never mind. I won't ask questions. I don't think we should press forward with that. I could not do that in good conscience, in good faith, and in fidelity to my obligations as a member of this Gaming Control Board. So I appreciate your remarks and look forward to the balance of the conversation.
Thank you.
Mayor Gibson, if I could just jump in for a moment as well now.
Please.
I just wanted to share my view on it as well. I wanted to level set this whole conversation so we had a clear understanding of how we got here. I did mention at the onset that I felt that the bulk of this conversation was going to be focused on this matter, and I still maintain that's the case. My personal takeaway from your prior investigation was that, it's just my sort of summary of it, was that there was just a few too many blemishes, as Member Johnson had just mentioned. And at the end of it, created just enough uneasiness that the limitation was warranted. I would have fully agreed with that, and I still do to this day. There was a bitter taste left after reading through all of those materials. And so I wholeheartedly agreed with that sort of limitation that was imposed upon your license. With the current investigation, at the onset, so the question then continues to be whether you continue to maintain the threshold for licensure in terms of honesty, integrity, and so forth. And so you've addressed some of the issues, but I will say at the onset of this, I started to have that bitter taste again. You did get out in front and start to address some of these issues, sort of at the surface level. But then in hearing your opening statement, it almost appeared to be a sales pitch to me. And I'll just quote a couple of things that you mentioned. You said that we have games in Nevada and elsewhere. I know exactly where your games are. Suggesting that there are games in Nevada and elsewhere and then painting some rosy picture on performance data is a bit disingenuous in my estimation. And so there was a little bit of bitter taste there. We're talking about a 900% performance increase, but we're not talking about raw data or raw numbers there. Percentages are what they are. When you're starting from almost zero and growing to 900%, okay, I'll take it for what it's worth. Then we start to impugn.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Then you started to impugn the character of the person alleging or making these allegations, which fair enough. But we didn't address the underlying issues, because that's all I care about in the end. I'm not here to adjudicate on IP. That's far beyond my expertise, frankly, and it's far beyond our scope. Although, of course, we do take it into consideration because it goes then to the heart of the allegations, which is your actions, your honesty, integrity, good character, and so forth. And so I just wanted to interject at this point to say, if after reading the materials, it seemed there was some hooligan chucking, hurling all these baseless allegations from outfield, I wouldn't have even raised it. After reading the materials, there's questions. There's certainly questions there. And the questions then, again, go to your actions as part of all this. For me, it's not whether or not there was IP theft or what have you, because I don't know that I'm in a position to be able to render judgment on that. But I want to at least dive into what your actions were during that time, what your motivations were. And that's kind of where I think at least my line of questioning is coming from, is that issue. I'll also yield for a moment.
Apologize if in any way my opening remarks came off as a pitch. I was giving sort of an overview of the status of the business. I'd be glad to get into, specifics on win per unit and things like that. I just didn't necessarily feel that was relevant here. And, I did try to proactively address the matter at hand. I do think, at least from my experience over the last year, that the source of the accusation and the way that it has been managed is relevant. I think to the point that was made earlier, and I forget who raised it, no formal claims or litigation have ever been brought over the last 6 years. I think it's fair to say that if someone felt wronged, that is the proper forum to take up a matter like that. Member Johnson, you touched on 3 issues that I'm glad to discuss, because for you, you said that it was sort of the crux or hinge of your outlook, which was intentionality, the Chapter 7 process, and the outcome of abandonment. And I'd be glad to touch on any or all of those if it would suit the board, because I feel very confident in the handling of all of those matters. And I also feel very confident that the materials that we have presented from the stakeholders involved at the time and at GameCo now align with my character and judgment at every step along the way. So I'd be glad to touch on each of those if it would suit the board.
Please do. Please go ahead and do that.
Sure. Well, the first question was about intentionality. From roughly late summer 2013, the company was essentially on the verge of insolvency. Every effort was made to raise new funding for the business. The lead investors continued to put in small amounts of capital to keep the business operating so that the lead investors and board of managers could seek options for the business. As of November 2013, everyone was terminated from the business. I believe at that point, I was on a greatly reduced consulting fee and essentially was incurring debt as a creditor of the company. So, my intentionality was very much to support the best outcome for the company. The easiest thing to do would have been to depart and give up. Into the beginning of 2014, I sought a number of different ways to restructure the business, including seeking outside financing, and ultimately tried to restructure the business, and that was unsuccessful. And as we got into late summer 2014, the bank account was overdrawn, creditors were banging at the door, if you will, and the lead investors of the business had to make a decision about what they wanted to do with the business. So, from an intentionality standpoint, I reported to the board of managers, who was controlled by the lead investors. I was a member of that board of managers, but I had no control or influence on it at all. And I tried right up till the very last minute possible to seek the best outcome for everyone. And in fact, in the restructuring that I presented to the company, it was a really great outcome if we had been able to pull it off. It was very generous in all regards. And I think that reflects the character and sort of business approach that I've always brought, which is, be polite, calm, and kind, do the right thing. As regards the process in the Chapter 7, all documentation was provided to the external counsel. The external counsel was engaged by the lead investors. They paid for it. The company's bookkeeping and accounting firm provided the majority of the data. The company's outside corporate counsel reviewed all of that data. It's worth noting that both the bookkeeping company and the company's corporate counsel were also creditors. So if they in any way felt that assets were not being scheduled or disclosed properly, they were, first of all, in a position to raise it. And second of all, as creditors, it would have been to their benefit to raise any concerns. The bankruptcy was filed publicly. There were no disputes at the time from any creditor, and every founder, former team member, and equity holder in the company received notice of the bankruptcy. So they were fully informed from October 2014 to December 2014 when the bankruptcy was adjudicated by the trustee. So my understanding is that is exactly the time that anyone, a creditor or any party, has the opportunity to raise any concerns. The bankruptcy trustee did their job. They engaged with me. I was the only party to attend the 341 meeting. No other party, creditor, co-founder of the company, anyone attended any of those meetings. The bankruptcy was filed in December 2014. And again, everyone involved would have received copies of that filing. No concern was made there either. So I would just raise that the process was followed properly, and every single party involved, including every creditor and every original member of the company, had the opportunity to raise any concerns at that time or over the intervening years, and no one did. And then the last topic that you raised is the sort of definition or execution of the term abandonment. I am not a lawyer or an expert in any way. That is why you engage with expert counsel. We had the bankruptcy partner from the bankruptcy firm. They're very well respected. He's very experienced in the matter. At the time, he provided direction on what abandonment meant. And I know that he provided a statement that supports the understanding that he provided at the time, which states pretty clearly that upon the closing of the bankruptcy, rights, if any, to assets were no longer under the legal control of anyone. And so that was the direction and counsel I was given at the time. And it still is my understanding of the implementation of the matter of abandonment.
Okay. Well, thank you. So Member Johnson asked the question about a contract. So you were a consulting CEO, and in a draft contract that we have, there is a proprietary information intellectual property assignment provision that would have required you to go through the assignment process of any intellectual property that you developed in the course of being CEO. You were given a waiver in April 2014, a narrow waiver by the board to pursue opportunities and pitch the company and find potential investors and so on, but it wasn't a waiver of the PIIA. And so that's one of the challenges we have is this Dickinson report. Just if you want to, I mean, you've waived, you're talking about legal documents, let's talk about legal documents. So this report is, I don't know, you've been walled off to a certain degree. I'm not sure why to this extent, to this point, you've been walled off. That's the case. But this is the real challenge for us, is this document is not helpful to your cause.
I haven't been walled off.
So you've seen it.
I have never seen the report, but I didn't feel that it would be proper in terms of the handling of the matter for me to be involved at that level. It was managed by inside and outside counsel and overseen by our compliance committee. As I believe everyone's touched on here, we have a very high quality compliance committee. And I felt that the proper thing to do was to be fully transparent and forthcoming, which I am confident that I have been, and to allow the people whose job it is to oversee the matter.
So the walling off ended then at the end of so the walling off ended then at the end of once this document was produced.
I have still never seen the report.
Okay. All right.
And again, I just, the wall is on my side because it seems like the right way to manage an issue like this.
Okay. colleagues, what do you, I mean,
And
tell me, what are
just
your
to
thoughts,
touch on-
Member Johnson and Member Pizarros, about the Dickinson report? I mean, how would you like to handle that? The content of it, the fact that he hasn't seen it, that's really sort of the core of a number of the problems. They reviewed 1 million emails, apparently, they claim.
They
Those
had 1
emails.
million emails. I don't think they reviewed 1 million emails. I think there's something in their report that they ran some sort of algorithm looking for certain words.
Mm-hmm. How
And
would you like to handle this?
the compliance committee, outside counsel, and me, we are very critical of the report. It was prepared by former attorneys with criminal prosecutorial background, and that's the way it reads. It appears that they took the allegations that were in the LinkedIn post, used that as their template, and focused solely on that. The report includes speculative opinions as opposed to providing a neutral balance of facts. And yeah, it's a tough document. It's a tough document for us to deal with. You are welcome to ask Blaine any questions you want about the report. I mean, certainly at this point, based on the questioning from the agents, he's aware of what's in the report. He just hasn't read it start to finish.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I do just want to touch on proactively the point that you raised, which I stated earlier. I would have assumed that my consulting agreement included assignment language.
Right.
I stated that to the board. So in no way did I not believe that my work at the company was under an assignment. No one's been able to produce the executed agreement. I don't know that it ever was, because the company was managed in a fairly loose manner. But I stated to the board my assumption that my consulting agreement would have contained assignment language and that I would have been under such assignment language.
Right. So let me finish my thought, Mr. Goldman. So my point was, if there was PIA language in that document, you were subject to it. And you did develop, as you mentioned, develop this notion of EGM during your period of employment or period of consultancy as CEO to the company. Then that would have been company property. Then we get into the abandonment question, whether or not legally your interpretation is correct, and whether or not legal counsels there are differing opinions about. Let me just say that Dickinson does not agree with that conclusion, with the conclusion that it's no one's property. That's not their conclusion.
I understand what you're sharing from that report. I was under the counsel of the partner at the law firm that had been engaged by the lead investors. And, in the statement he provided to the board, he provides the exact same counsel today, 6 years later, as he provided at the time. So, from my standpoint, again, I was provided with counsel from a very reputable bankruptcy partner. I'm not in a position either to dispute, one legal position versus another. And I believe, as Member Johnson said, that's not the purpose here. I believe the purpose here is about character and suitability. And in that regard, I was provided with direction. And it is the same outcome and outlook that to this day that counsel is providing to the board.
Yeah, the challenge we have is that in this Dickinson document, there are emails that suggest that you might have had a different view of abandonment and the need to acquire, or maybe go through machinations to acquire the. I mean, you did make an attempt to purchase the assets. That's one of the things they claim and put forward as proof that you recognize the value of those intellectual property assets. So I mean, one of our challenges here is that you're right. I mean, we're not here to dispute legal conclusions. This is not the right forum for IP litigation. But we do have sort of an impasse with regard to some of the. I mean, there are facts that there are emails that they found from you that suggest that your motivations might have been something other than what you say. with regard to the intellectual property.
I haven't seen those emails regarding motivations. I think my motivations were forthright and of high character. I think that there would have been a lot of other easier, faster, more expeditious routes to arrive at different outcomes. And I haven't seen any of the emails you're referring to in that regard. Again, I wouldn't have been in a position to initiate a bankruptcy. I was asked to oversee it as the only agent and representative of the company that continued to be engaged. I am familiar with the email that you're referencing about abandonment, which linked to a Wikipedia or some kind of article. I know that there was very differing counsel that was provided to me at the time, and it is the same counsel that I was still provided with by the bankruptcy partner who oversaw the process. I think it's fair to say that not every email and or document was available to Dickinson or reviewed by them. It was more than 6 years ago. I didn't have access to the company email. There are likely hundreds of emails that provide or would provide additional information and clarification on some of the points that were raised here. So the data set here, while more than 1 million emails were provided, still is not complete or total. But we have provided a statement to the board from the bankruptcy counsel that was engaged by the company that to this day supports the outlook and counsel he provided to me at the time.
And
Chair
again,
Gibson,
yes, please.
Chair, you made the comment about in the report there are suggestions about motivation, and we are 6 years later. It's difficult to be a fact finder today, but when there shouldn't be suggestions about motivation in what is supposed to be a neutral investigative report, but when you weigh suggestions about motivation with all the facts and supporting statements from folks that were involved today, I would hope that you would see that you weigh the balance of factors in favor of the applicant.
Let me just ask a question, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't sure if you were
Please.
continuing. All right.
Please.
So maybe a question or a comment about the report that we're talking about. In normal times, pre-COVID times, we would be in a room and the board members would be seated at a dais and you and your client would be standing at the podium, and we might have a document in front of us and we would say, can you please take a look at this, and in an effort to authenticate the document and also offer an opportunity to contextualize any statements or information that might be contained in that document, right? So we don't have that. This report presents a bit of awkwardness, not just the fact that we're not gathered under one room and one roof, but there is, as has been mentioned, a period of time that has elapsed since these issues were first raised, and that's certainly a factor, along with the lack of ability to contextualize it. And I heard the term mentioned earlier about inconclusiveness of this report as well, which I think creates its own challenge. And I don't know, Ms. Vermees, is there a privilege issue here with regards to the review of the report? I heard someone say the term walling off or what have you. It would be perhaps beneficial to all for, I guess, more information than less to be in the hands of all. And so I just want to understand the dynamics surrounding the report and the handling of the report and how it has not made it apparently into the hands of your client and possibly yourself.
No, I have the report.
Okay.
I absolutely, oh, absolutely. No, the
I-
report, the report was.
I am the,
the-
I'm sorry.
That's okay, go ahead. When in-house counsel for the company and the compliance committee decided to do this investigation, and I wasn't part of that decision, and had discussions with Mr. Goldman, they decided in order for the investigation to proceed without Mr. Goldman's influence, he would not be a part of it other than responding to questions from the attorneys that were running that investigation. He would respond to questions, provide information, but he would ultimately not be part of the report. And then when the compliance committee reviewed it, they wanted to review it and make a decision about next steps without Mr. Goldman's influence. So that's why at that time he hadn't seen the report. And there's no reason, I mentioned that to Agent Smith recently. I said, there's no reason for him not to see the report at this point, but the questions that have been asked of him, he's aware of what's in it. And if he needed to see it, we could certainly provide it. But we sort of maintained through the investigative process that he was walled off in order to keep his influence off of it. And we just sort of wanted to maintain that integrity throughout.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Goldman, were you going to add something to that?
Yeah, thank you, Member Johnson. I'm the only relevant party that has not seen the report. I thought that was the right thing to do from a character and suitability standpoint. And I do believe that my actions at every step along the way speak to that. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, immediately I alerted internal, external counsel and the chairman of our compliance committee the first day that this social media post was raised. I gave them total control of the process, and to the point that Sonia made, I didn't want to be seen to in any way influencing their process or the outcome of it. It's a complicated situation where a allegation like this is made in a public forum where no actual claims or litigation have been raised in more than 6 years. And the allegations are about me, the CEO of the company. And I didn't want to in any way be seen to be influencing any aspect of this process. I gave the compliance committee total wherewithal and freedom to pursue this as they saw fit. They've reviewed the documents. Our executive team has reviewed the documents. Our internal and external counsels have reviewed the documents. Everyone came to the same conclusion. I just wanted to be clear that I'm the only party that has not seen it. I don't have any aversion to seeing it. It just seemed like the right thing to do. It still does, but if there's to your point, typically we would be in the room together and there might be a page or two that you would present and I would answer. I'm glad to do so. But to me, it seemed like the right way to manage this, to do so in something of a hands-off manner where I gave the complete freedom and control and direction to the appropriate parties. That's why we have a compliance committee.
All right, so I think in a sense that could be commendable. In another sense, it perhaps could not be helpful. It could be commendable to the degree you want to illustrate independence and autonomy of the compliance committee to evaluate those facts and the reports and what have you. Where it presents a bit of a challenge is that the impression that's forming in my mind is that this concept, this VGM concept, was developed in whole or in part by you while you were at the prior company, and that I have not seen anything to suggest that that should not belong to the prior company. And then it seems that you wanted to utilize those concepts, the math models, the white paper, what have you, in the new company And with regards to the bankruptcy, the impression that's forming in my mind is that you may have played a more instrumental role in initiating the bankruptcy than what this record has thus far represented. And I base that in large part on some of the emails that are in the report provided to me. And so, with regards to the bankruptcy as well, again, just sharing my impressions, my impression is that the existence or value of any intellectual property at the former company was understated. And there was that intent, nonetheless, to take that intellectual property, if not acquire it on the front end through the asset purchase agreement, to acquire it on the back end through the bankruptcy process and perhaps through the concept of abandonment. And on that question of abandonment, it seems from the materials that I have that the perception of how abandonment works, and I don't think any of us are bankruptcy lawyers or what have you.
Right.
Counsel probably has more experience than anybody on the screen. But I do note that's not so much the issue with me as is what seems to be an evolving view by you of what abandonment is considered. And there seemed to be an inclination on your part to perhaps conveniently view and interpret abandonment in the light most favorable to your objectives to acquire and utilize the intellectual property from the former company. So those are just the impressions that I am forming.
I agree. And Mr. Goldman, before you speak, I'm just going to read a few emails and then I'm going to pull it back to the board, because what I think is going to happen here is if we really get into this, I think it's going to be more damaging for you than it needs to be. I mean, one email from between you and Mr. Montgomery, I've been researching this, see below, if trustee abandons, then everything basically stays where it is. The old guys would maintain access to website code, et cetera. If we really want these assets, we likely need to work with Fox to achieve this goal. In my honest opinion, I'd rather have trustee abandon, and we can see we restructured and move on to GameCo. That's one email. Another email.
Can I speak to that email, please?
Let me finish, please, if you would.
Okay, because I am familiar with that email.
Okay. Another email here is, just 1 second here. An email that you sent to a GameCo investor attaching Beyond Gaming's white paper. You described it as proprietary and patent pending. And the quote is, Beyond Gaming has invented a proprietary and patent pending way to gamble playing video games at casino. This is an April 1, 2014 email. Video game gambling machine. Beyond Gaming has multiple patents pending covering design and method systems and random bonuses to map probable outcomes for all players. April 1, 2014. Let's see here. This is a Goldman. This is a July 28, 2014 email. This is you to Montgomery. The board of Beyond Gaming issues to me a release to confirm my separate ownership and rights in GameCo. Immediately following, WPSC would either start dissolution or BK for Beyond Gaming voluntarily. This would kill IP inside of Beyond Gaming and would, and this is a paraphrase, essentially extinguish their rights. This is optimal if team members won't accept settlement. And this is during the process during which you attempted to purchase the assets. You can respond, but I'd like to bring it back and try to figure this out with the board. Go ahead and respond, please.
I'm glad to not respond, and I certainly don't want to take up undue time. The first email that you read is not in reference to anything relevant to this conversation. That email is specifically in reference to Beyond Gaming's, the company's previous matchmaking platform, and it's actually noted in that thread. So it's not relevant to the assets that are in question here or have been raised. And I made that point as part of the review with Dickinson. That's how I am familiar with that email. As you note, probably from seeing a lot of different emails, the goal at the time was to restructure and continue to operate the legacy business. That was not possible. So that's what that references. No patents were ever filed or pending at the company. That's a very common phrase that is used in such marketing materials, but absolutely no patents were ever filed or pending at the company. And just to speak to the assignment of inventions that you're referring to applies to protectable IP and is not in any way meant to be a in perpetuity non-compete. There was no IP that was filed. So I'm
There was no
familiar with
patent that was filed.
There
was no patent.
There was no patent, copyright, or trademark. That's the sort of general, structure for IP. There was no patent,
There's trade
copyright,
secrets
or
as well.
trademark filed. That is true. Yes.
And just touching on that, what you're saying there, Blaine, the idea that video game gambling ideas were initially thought of there at Beyond Gaming, and that Blaine was forever prohibited from engaging in any sort of video game gambling after that, it makes no sense. And there's from my understanding, and Blaine, you'd have to correct me if I'm wrong, nothing that was formulated initially at Beyond Gaming is in any of the patents or any of the products that GameCo has today. Isn't that important?
If I can ask, Mr. Chairman, that
Please.
goes to why was it of such interest on Mr. Goldman's part to acquire and utilize this information? What was the motivation behind his perhaps dogged pursuit of that intellectual property?
I'd be glad to speak to that. It was to do the right thing and have integrity and character in my business pursuits, without a doubt. And just to raise, I'm not forming a view of abandonment now, and we did provide a statement from the bankruptcy partner at the firm that managed the bankruptcy for the company, and I believe it is in your possession, that states the same direction and counsel he provided to me at the time. So the exact same person that oversaw the bankruptcy and provided me with counsel in 2014 provided a statement to the board that exactly matches my understanding that I have always had.
I could jump in, Chair Gibson.
Please.
So, Ms. Vermees, I appreciate some of the comments that you had earlier, especially with the characterization of the report that it's somewhat read. I think you said coming from a, prosecutorial mindset or from that sort of angle. And I get that emails can be taken out of context, and even more so snippets from emails from a large string.
Absolutely.
From a large batch.
Millions of emails.
Right. From a large batch, to your point, of millions of emails. And so when I read these materials, it's like the balance of justice. The prosecution comes in and states their case, and then the defense comes in and sort of undercuts every one of those allegations. And that's kind of where this landed with me. But there still are outstanding questions for me. And I don't think I'll ever I'll get answers to my satisfaction in terms of resolving all of those questions. But I do still want to flesh out a little bit more, and I'm coming at this from, again, timing of everything. We have a predecessor company, then we have GameCo formation sort of happening in the background at the same time that we're looking to acquire assets of prior company and then form a new company, albeit slightly different products that would be monetized. But all of that coinciding together with the contracting CEO of one company, then forming another company. And so there's just questions as to whether or not, Mr. Goldman took the liberty of appropriating some of that IP of the prior company. So I will ask, at any time, did you use any materials or any IP from the prior company, whether illegally or appropriately, whether legally, for GameCo's benefit? And if so, what were those?
I've stated previously in my statements provided to the agents and board that I did use materials from the prior company in the initial days of GameCo. I don't in any way feel like I have not communicated that as part of the report, as part of the investigation, or here. And in fact, I provided a very detailed breakdown of the assets that were in question. And we're referring here between the asset purchase agreement and the future developments of products and services at GameCo. So, I feel like I've been very, very transparent and forthright about that. I'm glad
I wouldn't disagree with that characterization. Through all of these materials and the investigation, never once did it creep into my mind that you were stonewalling. I didn't get that.
I appreciate that because I take the privilege and responsibility of a Nevada gaming license very seriously. I have employees, I have investors, I have people that believe in me and what I'm doing. I also understand that it is the board and commission's role to protect the integrity of gaming in the state of Nevada and globally. And I respect that thoroughly. And I not just believe, I know that at every step from 2012 to today, I have acted in a suitable manner. I know that in my heart and mind.
Okay. And so I do note that you did provide information to us in the report, but for purposes of the record, this is the reason for the discussion on this point. So what were those things, whether you want to term it as IP or materials of the prior company, did you then utilize for GameCo, and was that appropriate?
I believe it was appropriate. I wouldn't have done it otherwise. From April 2014 to December 2014, I had a release from my confidentiality and non-solicitation agreement. Every party involved was aware of the activities I was pursuing at GameCo. And when I say every party, I mean the lead investors, the board of managers, the former employees of the company, the former equity holders of the company. Everyone was aware. After the abandonment, I was given counsel from the person that was, most qualified to give it to me, that I had the right to pursue what I was doing. So first, I'll answer your question. Yes, I believe it was appropriate.
And you had the legal right.
And that I had the legal right. From April to December 2014, I had the release of the board and the knowledge and support of the board and investors. It's worth noting that the investors and board knew that I planned to pursue this opportunity into the future as well. There was no lack of transparency around that, and they wished me well in doing so. So the people who were most in control of the asset until the abandonment, wished me well and supported me in the endeavors. And after the abandonment, wished me well and supported me. And one of them, who's in the best position to do so, provided a letter to that regard.
Okay.
As for the assets, there was a software, what I would call a mock-up or prototype. It ran on two pieces of, let's call it hardware. One was abandoned and I don't want to use the term abandoned because that now has a context here. It was disposed of in roughly October, November 2014 when I moved back to Pennsylvania. It was a very large plywood cabinet that was very difficult and heavy to move. It was disposed of with the knowledge of the investors and board of managers, just along with all of the other remaining assets. There were like chairs and bookcases and all kinds of stuff. There was another piece of hardware that software ran on. It's referred to in the asset purchase agreement, and I've outlined it in my statement. That continued to function for a few months into 2015, and it stopped working. Ultimately, that prototype represents a completely different, irrelevant style of gaming to what was ultimately created at GameCo. We very quickly created new prototypes and mock-ups at GameCo that represent the first products that we had put together. The other three assets were what I've referred to as digital and marketing assets. They were all created by me, and I don't think that is in dispute. One was the white paper that had been referenced. The other is referred to as an executive summary, but it's essentially a pitch deck. I created it while I was at the previous company, and I created many, many versions of it. The version that would have been used at any point after the bankruptcy in 2014 would certainly have contained some of the same elements. It's inevitable. It also contained a lot of publicly available information. It likely also contained some things that I created while I was at the previous company. And the last is what's referred to as a math model. I was very naive at the time. I'd never worked in this space. I didn't know what a math model was. It was essentially a spreadsheet around an idea. Parts of that idea were absolutely incorporated into the early versions of what we did at GameCo. All of that would be publicly available, common information. And ultimately, it was a complete failure. Those games were a complete failure. All of that original technology developed in 2016 was essentially end of life and never used after probably like early 2017. And as I mentioned earlier, ultimately we've iterated on that through what we call 5 generations of our technology. The only one that really matters to GameCo is our latest Gamer's Edge technology that I mentioned earlier.
Understood. I can imagine you've gone through several iterations of concepts and development and so forth, but the fact that the early iterations were failures, they could have been successes as well. So what do you believe gave you the legal right to utilize those assets then?
I was instructed and informed and educated that after the abandonment, the assets were defunct and the legal property of no one. The email that you're referencing or was referenced previously about like a Wikipedia article about abandonment was not specific to the Chapter 7 process that the company went through. At the end of the Chapter 7 process, there was no company. The company was defunct and did not exist. Okay. Therefore, the assets were the property of no one. That is exactly what I was instructed and educated at the time. And that is exactly what is in the statement provided by the bankruptcy attorney that prosecuted the Chapter 7 for the company.
Well, I think there's some disagreement perhaps on that point. I think there'd be some disagreement on that point frankly. I'll leave.
I can only speak to what I can only speak to what I was informed and educated on, and was provided to the board from the same individual.
Okay, well,
So
let's just stick on the white
perhaps-
paper for a second.
Perhaps
Let's
the-
just
perhaps
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
Let's just stick on the white paper
No,
then
please.
for a second. You
Sure.
appropriated that for Gameco's use and massaged it. There's publicly available information in there. There may or may not be proprietary information of the predecessor company as well, but you're maintaining that you had legal right to utilize it. But as far as the author of that, or I don't say the author, as far as the materials contained within it, the information in there, you would have been a lead author.
I was the sole
final
author.
in that regard.
I was the sole author.
Sole author. Okay. So in that, and Chair Gibson stole a bit of my thunder in reading the email that I wanted to read, because while I'll mention that, yes, things can be taken out of context, the very email that he had mentioned before with respect to Beyond Gaming inventing proprietary and patent pending, et cetera, has multiple patents covering both the design and method systems, et cetera, et cetera. That there, you just mentioned again, there were no patents issued, not even any patents filed. So what was the reason we're utilizing that language in a pitch to third parties in trying to presumably solicit customers and or investors?
It's very common, and I would say in the investor community, patent pending does not mean that something was filed. It means that there is a process towards filing. It is extremely common to have that approach.
So I've been involved in those pitches directly and authoring some of these very, same materials, one-pagers, white papers, et cetera. My understanding, or at least our view, was always that we wouldn't put something as patent pending unless it was actually submitted. And perhaps I'm wrong on that point, but what about, just the fact, you're saying the fact that it was in your head and there was a process, sort of brewing in your mind that therefore is able to be characterized as a patent pending?
I didn't say it was just because it was in my mind. Nothing was filed. That would be public information and easily available to show that nothing was filed. And it's a very common phraseology that is used in pitches, whether it's right or wrong in this context or overstepping. I'm glad to receive any feedback on that, but it is very common phraseology.
No, I think an overstep is a fair term. I would go further in my view. That's how I conducted myself though. Unless it was filed, I don't know that it would be termed as patent pending, but perhaps I'm happy to be corrected on that point.
I'm not in a position to correct you or anyone. It is extremely common phraseology.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with that.
Okay.
It's extremely common. Yeah, if you have something filed, but okay. I will yield for the moment, Chair Gibson.
You're mute.
Chair Gibson, I believe you're on mute right now.
Sorry, geez, I apologize. You'd think after a year and more months, I'd have this down. I'd like to bring it back to the board and discuss it. What are your thoughts? How do we manage this? What's your comfort level?
Shall I kick off? Sure.
Please.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've deliberated on this quite thoroughly. I think I'm sort of unmoved. I'm at the exact same point I was coming into this, which is unfortunate. Well, unfortunate or fortunate, depending on how you want to characterize it. Because at this point, my questions have been answered, but I still have that taste in my mouth that I mentioned at the onset, somewhat bitter. But for me, because we're not adjudicating, we're not a board to adjudicate on IP theft or what have you. We're adjudicating on Mr. Goldman's suitability here. And I'll cut to the chase. I know my questions have been somewhat probing here, but I think he's met that bar, albeit I would strongly suggest another 2-year limitation. That's where I'm at.
I certainly don't. He's nowhere near denial in my mind.
No.
I don't want to go further into this Dickinson report because I think it's overly damaging. You haven't read it, and so you can't really respond to it. There are lots of emails in there that are not helpful to your case. I'm not here to. None of us are here to try to damage you in the public sphere. It's unfortunate that we have to have this discussion in this way, but that's the way this is structured. And so I hope you understand that. We're just trying to get to the bottom of some of these claims, and these are materials provided to us. We read them. We can't unread them, and we have to review them in the scope of everything else that we have. So, Member Johnson. So I agree with the limitation. The only question in my mind is, do we put something? Do we have him review the Dickinson report and provide us some kind of written response, and how long would the limitation be? Those are my 2 questions to you all.
Since I'm unmuted, I'll answer my views on that. I'm happy with a 2 or even a 3-year window. And I think the appropriate step would be to have Mr. Goldman read it and then respond to some of these items. I would agree with that approach.
Can I ask for a clarification? Would you want that sort of a response prior to the commission meeting, or would you be looking for that during the limitation period?
That's where I was at during the limitation period. So we'd be, rendering our recommendation here, irrespective of what his responses are, understandably so. But I don't know that, for me, I'm happy to, recommend that limitation now.
So we could limit the license condition just based on a response in 6 months or something like that. That's something that we could do to give him adequate time to review and to think through his answers, and just consider the context of the emails, the voluminous emails that are noted in the Dickinson report. Member Johnson, our SAGE member, what do you think?
Well, I want to commend Mr. Goldman and his counsel for the work that they have done in the intervening time period to rehabilitate the record from 2 years ago. A number of issues were raised, and you methodically and I think diligently set about to address those issues that were previously raised. And as I said earlier, it would have been ideal if we could have vetted this issue at that time, but we didn't, and so here we are. I had, as I was listening to my 2 colleagues, there were a couple of thoughts that were banding about, and I don't know if I've yet formed them yet in some final form, but as I was listening to my colleagues, one of the thoughts that occurred to me was that with a 2-year limitation, with an opportunity to review the report and respond to it in the interim, number one, Mr. Goldman had access to the report, as I now understand it. And even after the investigation had been conducted and concluded, there was an opportunity, I would think ample, if we had it and had an opportunity to review it in the last couple of weeks, then he certainly had opportunity to review it. And so that's a slightly troubling aspect, that he has had an opportunity to do something that he might now be asked to go back and do. However, that report is core of what we're talking about here, and being able to contextualize those items appropriately is, I think, helpful to this record. If we go down the path of a 2-year limitation, though, we are essentially making the determination that what we have heard today is at least sufficient enough to go forward for a period of 2 years or whatever period of time. And his license is set to expire here in a couple of weeks. You know, coming into this, because when I saw things about the report and other aspects being inconclusive in certain regards, one of the thoughts that occurred to me was, well, why don't we just approve the license for 6 more months and come back and just kind of wrap this thing up one way or the other, so that we're not in this cycle of 2-year limitations. Let's just call it up or down with a bit more finality. And so coming in, that was one of the thoughts. But I can tell you this, and I think there is consensus amongst myself and both of my colleagues that where there was a burden to meet today, convincingly enough so to warrant a favorable unconditioned recommendation, that burden has not been met. And I understand that there are posts on social media. I understand that there are soured relationships between persons and parties. I understand that the scope of investigations may have been broader than what may have been desired or intended. I understand all of that. As I said, the information, once it was delivered to us, I have to ask, is it relevant? If it's not relevant, I just move on to the next thing. But is it relevant? Does it have some probative value as it relates to the suitability of this applicant? And I think easily, yes, it is relevant. It should be probed. And so it should be part of the final analysis. And, you know, there's no way I could go forward with an unconditioned recommendation. It might take a bit of thunder to even get to, you know, another piece of this cycle of 2 years and what have you. I mean, I came into the room with the farthest I was thinking was maybe 6 months to extend the expiration that's going to happen in 2 weeks, and then the board and the commission make a call with a little bit more finality at that point. But not quite the showing that I was hoping for to abate the concerns that I walked into the room with and the impressions that were formed over the course of the conversation. So those are some general thoughts at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I don't want to go 2 years either. This has gone on too long. I think we owe it to you to finish this up. I agree with that. So let's. I'm willing to. Member Katsaros, what are your thoughts on a 6-month limitation? And
that's not my preference, because it's almost as if we're weighting the allegations a little more heavily towards the individuals that are making the allegations, and
Right.
It would be, and not that we can't do that. Certainly, we have the prerogative to make that recommendation. It would just be out of step with what we normally would have done in the past, and I've never sort of seen a recommendation. Or at least, and Member Johnson's got a lot more history than I do, but typically it's not something we would do that short. And again, it's just weighting it too much to those allegations for my liking. And that's kind of why I was suggesting the 2-year. I'm not against the recurring cycle of 2-year limiteds. We've had numerous instances of that. And I think it's a good lever that we have at the board to continually utilize that for us to take another look. And who knows what comes up in the next 2 years. Perhaps there's something that tilts it completely in Mr. Goldman's favor to say, yeah, see, all this was a bunch of baloney the whole time, or perhaps not. And that's where that 2-year for me is usually that sweet spot. So, but that said, if it was the will of my colleagues to make that recommendation, I would go along with that. All, of course, understanding that the commission will then have its ability to render its judgment and decide otherwise. But that's essentially where I am at, the 2-year.
okay. So 6 months. Member Johnson is you're outside.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if Chief Lobley was gesturing towards the microphone or his mute button or not. It is, as Member Katsaros mentioned, perhaps exceptional. I think very rare instances would we have somebody come back in such a short period of time, accounting for the filing of applications and what have you. I'm not saying that process needs to start anew necessarily, unless there's some procedural item that Chief Labadie was going to weigh in on. But yeah, it is an aggressive time period. And in terms of it appearing to resolve any doubts that exist in favor of the accusers, that's not how I saw it. We oftentimes have matters before us where parties on two different sides of the issue require us to make our own judgment calls as to where we think the matter should land. As I said, I understand the social media posts. This isn't the first time we've had contentious relationships between former business partners and what have you, all par for the course. It happens, and it's happened quite often. Just in my own independent assessment of the record before me, looking and the impressions that I shared with you on multiple occasions over the course of this conversation, just based on my independent assessment of those facts and the impressions that form, it just causes me some concern that I would want to see resolved sooner rather than later. And it's important. Mr. Goldman seems to have an appreciation for what it means to bear the imprimatur of the state of Nevada and its gaming regulatory apparatus. And that has always been an important piece for me. And I don't want to give the appearances that we downplayed items, but I also don't want to overplay them, to Member Consagros's point and concern as well. So again, just having the continued dialogue is beneficial. I think that, as I said, the consensus is clear, certainly not moving forward with an unconditioned approval or recommendation for approval. So just a matter of where that comfort level and operationally, Chief Labadie, if that presents any concerns.
No, we can accommodate that. I think that the discussion today has been pretty clear where what the board wants to see in 6 months. So it's incumbent on the applicant and council to get the applications filed and get us the information we need. So we're not back here 6 months doing the same thing, but we can certainly accommodate that if it's 6 months.
Would it be I have a couple questions. Number one, would it be necessary to file new applications? Can the limitation just be extended? And then second, I think as we've all mentioned here today, I don't know that issues from 6 years ago that are put in that criminal trial memorandum can be resolved. So I'm concerned that we might be churning through some of these same he said, without reaching resolution. And I'm not sure what the fix is for that, but I just throw that out there for your consideration.
I could
as far as the applications, yeah, you'd have to refile. Because the approvals today, if they were granted for 6 months, would expire in 6 months. You'd have to reapply. The other side will let the board weigh in on that.
And if I could interject on following up on Ms. Vermey's comments, and I want to be fair, which we're always fair here, of course. I guess it's just the vernacular we use. I'm looking at this, to be frank, that Mr. Goldman will clearly come back with a response that is detailed and thorough, and will undercut or certainly attempt to undercut every allegation that's made out there. And so that 6 month window, it just then has an overhang over Mr. Goldman and GameCo's operations, perhaps that's not warranted right now, again, since it's out of step with our normal sort of process, which would be 2-year limited. And, at that time, if he hasn't responded to those allegations to our satisfaction, then action is then taken. But I'll yield. I just wanted to mention where I was at in thinking through that 6 month period there, that I'm not certain how helpful it will ultimately prove.
Well, we did provide a lot of materials in defense of the allegations in the report. I'm not sure how much of it you have or reviewed, or so we feel like, okay, you had to have, because we know we submitted a lot, and maybe it's a matter of compiling it in a different fashion so it more adequately addresses point by point items in the report. We feel I have to tell you, we feel we're in a difficult position having to respond to that report because we're super critical of how it was drafted from the get-go. Based on what's been said here today, it sounds like a lot of the impressions that you have formed were formed because of information that was put in that report and possibly opinions in that report as well. But it is what it is. As soon as it was drafted and we received it, we looked at it as a company and we knew it was something we were going to have to deal with it. It's out. You can't put it back in the box. It's just unfortunate because I think it has really unfairly hurt Mr. Goldman's reputation, and now we just have to try to make the best of it.
Right. Well, why don't we do? Let's do a year. Can we do? You guys support a year?
Certainly. Like I mentioned, I want to get to a resolution. I don't want Mr. Goldman to be tainted here based on things we haven't conclusively.
So you want to go to 6 months? All right.
So a year is fine for me.
Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion. Unlimited.
Let me see if we can get one going here. So I don't think we had anything else to contend with besides the applications that are on the agenda. And I believe all three of these applications, Madam Secretary, were set to expire at the February 21st commission meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I believe I can motion that we recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, with a limitation set for a 1-year time period, meaning that matter would expire in February of 2022 on the day the item is heard by the commission.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouras,
Aye.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
appearing.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you
for
very much.
having me.
Okay. Let's go on to non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number
Madam-
2 is the application of Daniel Douglas Grosbeck for licensure as a key employee of Golden Tavern Group LLC.
Okay, thank you. Let's wait, let's let everyone queue in and let's have them appear and state their names for the record. All right, Mr. Grosbeck, I see you. Welcome. Are you going to be joined? All right, Ms. Jolland. Welcome, Ms. Jolland.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsouras, Madam Secretary, I'm here to introduce Dan Grosbeck, who is a regional tavern manager for gaming, Golden Gaming. Can't talk anymore. Golden Gaming. Mr. Grosbeck is before you for the first time. We don't have anything specifically prepared. We're going to have him give you a bit of his background and his current job duties, and then we're open for questions as you may have. Thank you.
Hey, please go ahead, Mr. Grosbeck.
Thank you very much, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsouras, and Madam Secretary. I'd also like to thank Investigator Cheryl Wiley as well for going through my background as she did. My name is Daniel Grosbeck. I am a regional manager with Golden Entertainment. I moved to Las Vegas back in 2004 from Missouri. I previously attended Southeast Missouri State University and was pursuing a hospitality management degree. After moving to Las Vegas, I did continue to transfer and attend UNLV, and I found myself kind of engulfed in the casino atmosphere, where I proceeded to join the leadership development program offered at the Venetian Hotel Casino. While in this program, I worked in many management roles, such as warehouse, front office positions, pool operations, and other food and beverage positions as well. After my 12 years working both on the Strip at both the Venetian and MGM Grand, I decided to venture to a local and growing company, Golden Entertainment, back in 2016. I did take a few steps back in order to focus not solely on building my relationship back with my family and also getting to know the company from the ground up. I went from working graveyards as a bartender to my current position as regional manager in 4 years. We're currently responsible for 9 taverns and work with 6 other regional managers that encompass our 64 locations. In my current role, I communicate necessary information to the taverns as far as budgets, expense cuts, and making sure they are in the best financial position in order to excel during the current situation. I do spend the majority of my time at my locations, making sure management and employees are adhering to the current protocol when it comes to the COVID restrictions. I do understand the extreme privilege of obtaining an unrestricted key gaming license, which is currently why I'm applying for the limited 2-year license. During my step back in 2016, I did have some financial offsets, personal. I was focusing solely on career and family and kind of put myself and my personal finances to the side and started accruing some debt. As of last year, I did finally come to the conclusion that it was time, and it wasn't time to take the easy way out. So I did instill the help of National Debt Relief to help assist me in paying off all my debt. So I am currently will be debt free in, I believe, late June, early July, and I'm proud of myself for what I've gone through, and proud of the way I've actually handled my taverns during all this as well. So I'd like to leave it open for any questions that you guys may have.
You're on mute, Chair Gibson.
If I do that again, I am going to, I'm going to drink a Coke.
It's unnatural. It's so nobody's used to it yet.
Well, I'm using these earphones, which is another struggle here. I appreciate, Mr. Grossbeck, that your forthcomingness with regard to your financial background and some of the struggles that you've had. Those are things that concern me personally. So you filed for Chapter 7 in 2009. Correct. So your debt was, your debt was essentially wiped away with liquidation of your assets, and then you, on February 19, 2020, you entered into an agreement with a debt relief service. Is that right?
That's correct.
So
yes.
during that ensuing 11-year period, you accrued additional sort of significant debt, primarily credit card debt. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. It mainly started 2016 is when it did.
Okay. So can you help me understand? I mean, what is it? Do you live beyond your means? I mean, what are the reasons for why you've accrued such significant debt after a bankruptcy?
The bankruptcy was, I purchased the house at the top of the market, and then with the ensuing crash, foreclosed on the house and essentially filed Chapter 7 for that. I then purchased a house in 2012. In those previous 3 years, increased my credit to give myself the opportunity to buy another house. In 2016, I taking a step back. I did go through a divorce in 2014. I also went through child custody agreements as well. That did set me back financially. And then with the move from the Strip to the local scene, my pay was cut sufficiently. And yes, at that time, I was obligated per lease reasons to pay a certain amount, and which stressed my finances.
Okay. And so the 2009 bankruptcy, buying a house, height of the market. I mean, I understand that part of it. Is there anything else, any habits that you might have that we should be concerned about as a board?
I do not have any habits per se. I do gamble every once in a while, but other than that, my habits are solely work and family.
Mm-hmm. Okay. My last question would go to the occurrences where your 3/22/2017 DUI charge that was reduced. I mean, I'll note, and it was previous to that there was a 4/9/2009 DUI arrest as well. Could you talk through those, please?
Yes. 2009, I was on a snowboard trip with some friends. We took my vehicle. It was the largest vehicle available, and got there on Friday night, decided to go to a bar. I made a poor decision. I drove everybody back to the hotel. In the parking lot of the hotel, I was then pulled over. In 2017, I went out as well with a group of friends. I had made a wrong turn leaving, and I did blow over the limit. And once again, that was a poor decision. That 2017 decision left me in CCDC for 3 days. In that term, it was very uneasy for me as well. Flashbacks of my son being alone. He was with his mom at the time, but that was not a good scenario for me. So that was more of a scared straight option that happened. And since then, straight and narrow ever since.
Okay. Your application is for a licensure as a key employee for a very reputable company. Should they or should we have concerns about you as a key employee, just given the financial struggles that you've had and some of the choices that you've made historically?
Absolutely not. In my opinion, I do my best to excel every single day when it comes to work. And I hold myself to the utmost. Yes, I have overlooked my financial decisions in the past, but tomorrow's always a new day, and I'm moving forward in the right direction, and I'm proud of myself for doing that.
Okay. I'll turn it over to my colleagues. I appreciate your probity and your forthrightness. Thank you, Mr. Grossbeck.
All right. Good morning, sir. I appreciate your appearance and your interest in proceeding here. I don't have any questions by and large that have not already been asked and answered. So I appreciate your candor and forthrightness in addressing these items. I wanted to just make sure I heard if it was stated or clarify if it was otherwise not, but the relationship that you entered into with the debt relief organization, the status of your obligations to that debt?
Yes. So I currently have $7,600 left to pay off. My goal was to pay it off within a year, which is way ahead of schedule. I did reduce some payments back in October, November, and December due to my girlfriend being, out of work with the COVID situation going on. But I have since increased back to my normal pay, which then set me back from late March, early April to having everything paid off late June, early July.
Right. So how did you come to enter into that debt relief program?
I had spoke to a few lawyers ahead of time, bankruptcy lawyers, trying to figure out what was my right option. And it was just sitting deep inside, needing that I needed to pay it off myself instead of finding an easy way out. So I then asked friends, asked colleagues, anything about, background checks on certain companies or certain assistance in compiling all my debt, and which is why I ended up going with National Debt.
All right. And I believe you touched on it in a line of questioning from the chairman. I want to be assured, though, is there a gambling component that contributed to the amount of debt that was amassed?
No, there's not.
All right.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to flesh that out because I thought I'd seen where there was a pattern of some withdrawals at different locations that also had gaming.
That's correct. with my job in 2016, didn't require, but it was liked to be, promoting from within the company, going to other locations to meet staff, that sort of thing. That being said, based off of my taxes, there are 0 W-2Gs as of last year. I have 0 gaming, 0 anything. That's one of those it was more of a recreation and not a problem.
All right. And so you feel you are in control of that aspect with regards to having any potential gaming addictions, but issues.
100%, yes.
And then with the DUIs, similarly confident of your control. I mean, things happen. They usually don't happen twice, though, and a decade apart. And in the last, 4 years?
That's correct.
Your level of confidence there in terms of your ability to write that course going forward?
I'm the utmost confident, sir. Yes, I am.
And why is that?
Family aspect, being home. I love to be at work and I love to be home. I don't go out much anymore, if any. And if I do, it's on a family aspect.
You appear to enjoy a supportive relationship from your employer. Is that the case?
That is correct.
And that has been, I assume, instrumental in the progress that you've made and intend on making.
Yes, sir.
Well, again, thank you. I know it's difficult to, even in this public forum, to have to discuss matters of such sensitivities. And so thank you for your candor. And I want to commend you on your progress. And I hope that you will stay the course in this regard and do good things for your company. You may be aware that there is a recommendation with regards to this, should this go forward, that it would be for a limited time period so that we could have an opportunity to basically check in with you and see how things go and see what pops up over the course of that ensuing time period. But with that, I didn't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Morning, Mr. Grossbeck.
Morning.
Yeah, I don't mean to make light of the gaming comment you just mentioned. I've had years before, though, that I probably gambled more than I should have, and I never had any W-2Gs either. But that didn't necessarily mean I wasn't gaming beyond my means. But in all seriousness, though, yeah, I agree with that line of questioning, though. So hopefully there is no gaming issue. You've got that under check. Certainly from a financial standpoint, we've already discussed some of your debts here, but I did want to ask, apart from, say, car payments or mortgages, was there ever a time in recent memory where you had no debt outstanding?
Yes. Yes. Pretty much from after my bankruptcy all the way through 2016 would be debt free.
So how many years was that? About 7 years?
About 7 years.
So you know the feeling of what it's going to be once you extinguish all of this debt. Just a friendly word of advice: don't go out and buy a Rolls Royce, right? Just because you no longer have any debt. Just don't be complacent. I know it's easy to slip back into that pattern of managing debt versus not having it. If we could just shift gears to your duties, though, what's the bulk of your time spent on with your job duties? Can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, absolutely. Currently, my duties are pretty much being at my taverns as much as possible. Just with the current restrictions, just meaning to adhere to everything, whether it's the 25% occupancy, the reservations needed, just the mask mandates and the cleanliness aspect of things. Other than that, going over financial P&Ls every month, knowing where to cut, where to extend if need be, and then trying to work as best possible to come out of this restriction period in the best light for the company.
So you have 9 taverns you're overseeing. Do you essentially roam on a daily basis or every other day basis?
Yes, that's correct. I usually hit a few locations every day just to kind of follow up with everything. So.
Okay. And they're all based in Southern Nevada?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Are they all within, say, Las Vegas area? or
Yeah.
are they beyond?
Yeah, my current region is somewhat, southwest Las Vegas, so they're all relatively close together.
Okay, so you're interfacing with, do you have store managers as well, or is that a bartender that you're?
Yes, no, every location has a general manager and an assistant general manager, to where they are our point of contacts.
Okay, so assistant general manager, and then you're above them. So that's who you're liaising with them and staff as you do your visits.
Yes, correct.
And how are operations going right now? I know it's COVID time, but.
They're actually going great. It's one of those, we understand it's unfortunate and it's hard right now, but the guests that do come out, they also understand too. The first shutdown was a little tough, but now everybody's under the same expectations that when they go out, they understand. A lot of times everybody asks, where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So.
There's a huge break in learning curve for our entire country, frankly. Educating people on just wearing a mask, and that's required. So that'll be my sort of final statement, which is don't get complacent on that front either. We still have the policies and procedures that are mandated by this board that you need to make sure your stores are enforcing that, right? And enforcing that upon your patronage.
Thank you.
And with that, I didn't have any other questions on this. Member Johnson did mention the limitation on that. I'm happy to support your application as is recommended.
I'm actually excited. I'm excited to see you guys in 2 years to prove you made the right decision as well.
Good.
If I might, I would also like to add that Mr. Grossbeck and I have spoken many times personally, so he owes me this duty as well. He does. I mean, it will reflect. I mean, as he knows, on a reputable company Yes.
in a negative light.
Yes.
If he messes up over the next 2 years.
Yes, very much so, and he's well aware of that. And I will say, since he's been over here, he's done an excellent job in his position. So he's very aware of my expectations and the company's expectations.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your probity and for your forthrightness and for appearing. This is a good discussion. I'll entertain a motion from one of my colleagues, if you would.
All right, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary with the following condition. Limited license to expire at midnight of the February 2023 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard.
Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much for your appearances.
Thank you. Thanks to Cheryl Wiley as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, Madam Secretary, let's read. It looks like we're on non-restricted number 5.
Actually, we're on number 3.
I'm sorry, did I skip ahead there? I'm sorry, I did, didn't I?
It's okay if you want to pass me.
Non-restricted number 3. No, I'm sorry, I was reading the wrong section there. Please.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Jeremy J. Jensen for licensure as a key employee of Arizona Charlie's LLC and Fresca LLC, doing business as Arizona Charlie's Boulder.
Again, Phyllis Gilland on behalf of Golden Entertainment. I'm here to introduce Mr. Jensen, who has been with us for quite a long time, in charge of our Pahrump properties. Again, we do not have a formal presentation. He's going to give you a bit of his background, a bit of his duties, and then is available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Jensen, would you like to describe yourself, give us your background?
Hi, Chairman Gibson, Member Johnson, and Member Katsaros, along with Madam Secretary. Good morning. So I'm from Michigan originally. I came to Las Vegas when I was 21 years old. I attended Oakland University in Michigan, along with St. Clair College in Windsor, Canada, where I took some gaming courses, learned how to deal craps, blackjack, the basics of the industry. Turned 21, came to Las Vegas, dealt craps at the El Cortez in December of '98 for approximately 2 months. At that time, I went to the Gold Coast for 4 months, dealt craps, learned the business, blackjack as well, entered into some minor supervisor roles, dual rate type floor supervisor role. At that time, I went to the Monte Carlo. I was there for approximately 2 years in supervisor roles, dealing the games, various games along the way. March 2001, I went to Pahrump as a shift manager. They opened the casino out there. The Generation 2000 Ensign family opened the casino in Pahrump. So I went out there in 01 as a casino shift manager, worked my way up to the general manager in 2010. In 2006, the property was purchased by Golden Entertainment. So I've worked from 2006 until 2010 as general manager of the Nugget. Over time, Golden came in 2006. 2010, I left for 1 year as vice president of Golden Route Operations for 1 year. And then I went back out to Pahrump in 2011 as the general manager. Goldtown and Lakeside were acquired in 2012. I then oversaw those additional assets until 2019, to where I'm at Arizona Charlie's Decatur and Arizona Charlie's Boulder. So now I'm overseeing the 5 locations.
Okay. I don't have any questions for this applicant. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Good morning, Mr. Jensen.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
So this is so you have 5 properties right now. And you were licensed twice at the Pahrump Nugget though, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is your 3rd one. Couldn't
That's
call
correct.
it this is your 3rd or your 4th.
Yeah, I wasn't sure either. I think
Yeah. I had my notes, they just weren't very clear. But no, I thank you for the overview on your personal and your work history. I did note, you being from Oakland County, I was expecting to see something derogatory in your background. I'm from Macomb County, but
you are?
there was nothing there. But I did appreciate the fact that, man, you just grew up in this industry and you obviously had the bug to get out here, as did I, a couple of decades ago.
Yes.
So, no, it's good to see how you've been able to parlay your work experience and your history into the position that you're at right now in managing all of these various properties in the Las Vegas area.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Other than that, I didn't have any questions. Like I said, your background came back extremely clean, and I'm happy to support your application here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Katsoros.
Yes, I would concur with that. How much time you spend on each of these properties, though? It seems like that would be quite a juggle going back and forth.
It is quite a juggle, Member Johnson. One thing, I'm very familiar with Pahrump, right? I've been out there since 01, coming up on 20 years actually next month. So I'm very familiar with the assets, the team members, the community, and I feel that that's given me an opportunity to take on more responsibility as it's just a lot of miles on my car, Member Johnson. And so Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm typically at the Arizona Charlie's properties, a couple of days a week in Pahrump, depending on what's going on. But we're actively meeting with the staff. We're on Zoom, Zoom and Microsoft Teams now has been fabulous over the last year here. So in constant communication with the team. We have great AGMs. We have wonderful corporate support. And it's just, we're working together as a team and just spreading my time, effectively managing my time and just, being very organized.
Good. And in terms of the offerings and operations at each of the locations under your supervision, are all of them fully open, fully operational now?
Yes. Well, the gaming aspect, yes. Certain, we didn't open steakhouse at Arizona Charlie's, for example, with the lower occupancy. We've opted to keep that some of those ancillary outlets closed at this time. But as far as the gaming, yes, we are fully operational.
Okay. All right, thank you. Seems like a good track record you have amassed for yourself, and you seem deserving of the opportunity that's before you based on your experience and your qualifications and your demeanor and your judgment. So appreciate the appearances here today.
Thank you, Member Johnson.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I'm ready for a motion if one of you would make one.
All right, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much for your appearances.
Thank you. Thank you.
We thank again
Okay.
Cheryl Wiley for her assistance on this.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Secretary, let's move on to our next item.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Reno City Center for a non-restricted gaming license.
Welcome. You're back. Yeah. And are we waiting for Mr. Alonso? Is he here as well?
Yes,
There he is.
hopefully. Yeah, there he is.
I'm here. Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
It's good to see you, sir. How are you?
Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of Golden Entertainment, Inc. Ms. Gillen's been sitting there with you for a little while, but for the record, I'm going to introduce her as well. She's the Senior Vice President and General Counsel for Golden Entertainment. I would like to take a moment and thank the Investigations Division for all the work on this item. And specifically, I would like to call out and thank Special Agent Jeff Zinn, who worked on this item with us and was very professional and did a great job, and we appreciate it as always. Hopefully, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this matter is very simple and straightforward. It's an application for Sartini Gaming LLC to operate essentially, we refer to them as one-day or quarterly licenses to preserve a grandfathered non-restricted gaming license. And this is at the location that was for many, many, many years, Harrah's Casino in downtown Reno. The property was purchased in September of 2020 by Reno City Center LLC. It's a developer, part of CAI Investments out of Las Vegas. They have some other projects in Reno as well, as I understand it. And they have embarked on renovating the Harrah's Reno property. The property never reopened, as I understand it, after it was shut down in March and stayed closed even after the reopening and the governor's orders in June. And the deal closed in September of 2020 in terms of the asset transaction. The developer approached Ms. Gilland and Golden Entertainment about entering into an agreement to be able to provide the services to try to preserve the grandfathered non-restricted gaming license. And once that agreement was entered into, we submitted applications to your staff for that purpose. I do want to touch on a couple of things based on discussions with the developer. They're trying to preserve this license so that sometime maybe in the future, as part of the renovations that they're doing, there would be a gaming component, maybe as part of a restaurant and bar or some other use, but we're not clear on what that is. I don't think they know at this point. The other thing I want to touch on that was raised yesterday by Special Agent Zinn is the question came up of whether or not there was any sort of restriction or deed restriction on gaming at the location. And so I confirmed with the developer's counsel that there is not. There's the deed restrictions clean. They sent me a copy of it. And I asked the question about whether there was any other sort of gaming restriction in any of the transaction documents and was informed that there was not. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that Mr. Chairman, you or the other board members may have.
That was a helpful presentation. Thank you, Mr. Alonso. Just as far as keeping it open, what are the company's plans with regard to deploying slots?
So the plan would be, and we worked this out and discussed this with the city of Reno and with Special Agent Zinn. The city has a 6-month requirement from the ceasing of gaming operations or the lack of a quote unquote business gaming license in the city of Reno, before you would need to go back through the land use approvals and get essentially a special use permit. All non-restricted gaming requires a special use permit in the city of Reno. That would expire, that period would expire on March 30th. So the plan is that we would operate, assuming we prevail with the board and the commission and get the license, we would go in front of the city council. Usually it's a consent item, and that would be one of the 2 meetings in March. They haven't scheduled us yet, but they're working on that. We're working on that with staff and the community development office. And once we get the approval from the city council, we would then operate on March 30th, not on March 31st, given the condition we're probably going to talk about in a few minutes. And then we'd operate on April 1st as well, in order to hit 2 quarters in a row. And then basically that would be what we would do, Mr. Chairman, going forward. The plan is to request temporary closures, but operate in between there and straddling 2 quarters in order to preserve that gaming license and continue to do that for the foreseeable future until the developer comes up with a different plan. And whether or not we're part of that plan, time will tell. I hope I answered your question.
You did. Thank you very much, Mr. Alonso. So the condition, you're aware of the condition. You just mentioned it, Mr. Alonso. It's location is restricted to the operation of gaming for 1 day per calendar quarter. And is that acceptable to you all?
It is, Mr. Chairman. And the only strange one is in the first instance where we have to operate by March 30th to satisfy the city of Reno. But given that condition, we won't operate on March 31st. And we will then operate again on April 1st to cover those 2 quarters. And we can handle that. We feel very comfortable with that. So we don't need any modifications to the condition.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues if they have any questions.
I only had one question then, just on that last point, Mr. Alonso, with respect to March 31st then, so you won't operate that day given the condition. There shouldn't be any reason why that would then pose a problem in the future, right? It's just this one-off due to the timing of your licensure, your approval with the city of Reno. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So we will just suspend the games. I mean, obviously gaming has to be open to the public. We're hoping nobody shows up for obvious reasons, but we'll just suspend the games on March 31st and then start over again on April 1st.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm satisfied. I didn't have anything else.
So Mr. Alonso, what are you guys going to do? Just leave everything set up and come back 2 days later, or are you going to break it down and come back 2 days later?
For the first instance, Member Johnson, we would leave the machines there. I think just shut them down, do whatever we have to do to secure the machines. There is renovation going on the property, and we provided a diagram to your staff for where this would take place. But we would shut everything down, come back on April 1st, fire up the slot machines again, and then we will take them down. Once we've been there a requisite period of time, we'll take them down. Golden obviously has operations in Northern Nevada. It's very easy for us to do that. We're talking about 16 slot machines in the first instance, and then we would come back at the end of that next period and do this all over again. But it is our plan to remove the devices from the location at the end of those 2 day periods that we operate, and we'll remove them and take them back to Golden's main operation in Reno, and do this over and over again.
And so with Golden providing the machines, the staffing, these will be, just for purposes of the record, registered gaming employees that will be providing the staffing and supervision during this limited operation?
That is correct.
And you did say just 16 machines for that 8-hour period, right?
That is correct.
No other offerings to be made available. Okay, thank you.
With that, I'm ready for a motion.
All right, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary with the following condition. This location is restricted to the operation of gaming for 1 day per calendar quarter.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouras,
Aye.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Let's take a short break if we can. Let's say 5 minutes. Sound good? All right. Thank you both. All right. Okay. IT, are we ready to go?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Looks like we're all here. So let's go. Are you going to count down or are we live?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. We're live now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back. Madam Secretary, let's go on to the next item. Please read into the record the next non-restricted item.
Next item is non-restricted number 5, which is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Points Casino number 168 for a non-restricted gaming license.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning. Good morning,
Okay.
Chair Gibson.
Welcome. Please say your name for the record, if you would.
I certainly. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith. I'm General Counsel for NRSI. Good morning, Chair Gibson, Members Johnson and Katsaros, Madam Secretary. I'm before you today. Again, my name is Cannon Smith. I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. I'm before you today on non-restricted item number 5, which is NRSI's application for licensure to operate Points Casino number 168. If approved, Points Casino number 168 would exist at 653 US Highway 93 in Jackpot, Nevada, which is in unincorporated Elko County. With the Commission's approval, Points Casino 168 would be approximately 20,600 square feet and would feature a Dottie's theme bar as well as a Bourbon Street Sports Bar theme bar inside of the casino. NRSI is aware of the proposed conditions on the license and is comfortable with those. And we'd like to extend our thanks to Investigative Agent Aubrey Murray for her work on this item.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Is that the end of your affirmative presentation?
That's the end of the affirmative. If there are any questions that the board has, I'm happy to answer them best I can.
Okay. We'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Member Katsaros. How are you?
So this is Points Casino, but there's plans then to have a Dottie's and a Bourbon Street as well?
Correct. Like a number of NRSI's non-restricted offerings, inside of the casino, there are different concepts, bars with the different NRSI concepts, so that a person could be in the casino and go into a Points concept and then venture over to the Bourbon Street concept and venture over to the Dottie's concept, all within the same establishment.
Okay, so doors that are adjoining from themed area to themed area.
Correct. They are all, the entire building is interconnected, so that you could walk in one concept and walk all the way through the casino and out the other concept.
Without going outside.
Correct.
Okay. And so there's going to be 150 or so machines at the Points Casino. What's the size that you're looking at for the other ones then?
No, that 150 machines encapsulates the entire casino, all the things.
Okay. Thank you for that. I misunderstood. My notes like this is going to be rather large in Jackpot. So I haven't been to Jackpot in a number of years, to say the least, but in relation to say Cactus Pete's.
In relation to Cactus Pete's, it's a little bit like north up the 93, a little bit closer to the Idaho border.
Okay, understood.
But ultimately not too far away.
Yeah, sure, understood. But it is right there in town then, essentially.
Yes.
And you're looking to open up at the end of next month, somewhere thereabout.
That's correct. We're shooting for the 18th of March currently.
Do you have a timeline when you'd roll out the other themes as well?
Oh no, the entire casino would open with all of the themes active.
Okay, so you'll have all three at this from the get-go.
Correct.
Okay, that was my misunderstanding as well. Okay, well, it seems rather straightforward. Is this the first location you guys have up in Jackpot?
This is the first location in Jackpot itself. We have a few other in like the city of Elko, and also an unincorporated Elko County in Spring Valley, but this will be the first one in Jackpot.
So your general manager that handles the Elko region would presumably be overseeing this as well?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, I didn't have any further questions on this. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Member Johnson.
So this is going to have 3 restaurants and 3 bars. And so are the bars separate and apart from the Dottie's and the Bourbon Street?
In terms of licensing or in terms of the space itself?
Yeah, I have the graph. I'm not very good at reading graphs, unfortunately. I see the pictorial demonstration. I'm just trying to conceptualize what this looks like. So when you walk into the casino, is there a section that is called Dottie's that might look like a standalone Dottie's, but it's physically located inside of the Points Casino? Will it look like a Dottie's that persons are familiar with?
Yes, that's correct. It's similar to NRSI's operations at Hoover Dam Lodge and Laughlin River Lodge, Dottie's 111, Dottie's 112, La Valita number 117. There's a number of the non-restricted properties where, in addition to the main casino theme, there's also sections of the casino that portray the decorations of those other concepts.
Okay. And so how many machines will there be in the Dottie's portion?
There will be approximately 50 in each concept.
Okay, 50 in Dottie's, 50 in Bourbon Street, and 50 or so, I guess, under the broader umbrella of Points Casino?
Correct.
And so what is, I know the Dottie's theme and the Bourbon Street theme, what is the theme of Points Casino broadly?
The Points Casino theme is sort of going after a game show type theme. There's lots of signage that's well lit. The machines themselves have additional point bonuses for Players Club members, and so that's primarily where the name comes from. But the floor itself is sort of the main casino floor at Laughlin River Lodge or Hoover Dam Lodge. That is the Points theme, and then the other concepts sort of fit in around it.
Okay. And let's see. There's one other question, but it escapes me. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Smith, you're aware of the conditions?
We're aware of the conditions and are comfortable with the conditions.
Okay. With that, I'm happy to take a motion.
All right, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary with the following 2 conditions. The location is limited to the operation of slot machines, and the surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, Madam Secretary, let's go on to our next non-restricted item. Number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of Peter Joseph Craig, Sandra Lynn Rapp, and Kevin Thomas Kelly for a finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer, key employee, key executive, or as a controlling person of Travel Centers of America, Inc. and TA Operating Nevada, LLC, as noted on the agenda.
Okay. All right. Welcome. Please state your names for the record. So we're looking for Mr. Craig, Mr. Rapp. Let's see. Please state your names for the record. Mr. Giordano, I see you. What else do we have here?
All 3 should be on: Peter Craig, Sandra Rapp, and Kevin Kelly.
Okay.
But please, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing with behalf of and with the applicants, as read in the record by Madam Secretary. We have these 3 applicants with respect to positions with Travel Centers of America, Inc. and its Nevada licensee subsidiary, TA Operating LLC. I would point out that with respect to Kevin Kelly, he really has no position with TA Operating Nevada LLC. However, because Lowell Chichester, the VP of Gaming over the 5 licensee properties in Nevada for TA Operating LLC, he reports to Kevin Kelly. Mr. Kelly is applying for licensure as a controlling person in that respect for TA Operating Nevada LLC. And Mr. Chairman, we really don't have any further presentation. However, if you'd like, I could ask each of the applicants to give a brief background on themselves. We can, I guess, handle each one separately if you like, just as listed on the agenda, starting with Peter Craig, following with Sandra Rapp, and then with Kevin Kelly. I'd ask each one of them to give a short, brief background or citation on themselves, and then you can ask them questions, and then we can
Great.
Let's
do that.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you. Please state your name for the record and give us a summary background of yourselves, if you would.
Peter,
Let's
go ahead.
Go one by one.
Certainly. Thank you for the record. My name is Peter Joseph Craig. Mr. Chairman, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary, it's great to meet you virtually. I am born and raised in Buffalo, New York many years ago, graduated from business school in 1983, and for the last 38 years have practiced as a finance professional, a finance leader, primarily in the leisure hospitality industries for a number of great companies. I've had an incredible career and lots of great opportunities. For the last 11 months, though, I've had the privilege to serve as the Chief Financial Officer of Travel Centers of America and part of an exciting rebirth of a 50-year-old organization that I'm thrilled to be a part of. With that, I'll pause and see if you have any questions for me.
I don't have any questions. Colleagues, Member Katsaros, Member Johnson? Okay. All right.
I'll hold questions for now. I didn't have any just at this moment.
Same thing.
Are you done, Mr. Craig?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go on to Ms. Rapp.
Good afternoon or good morning. My name is Sandra Lynn Rapp, and I was born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And over the last 30 years or so, I have been working in predominantly information technology positions. And since May of last year, I have been the Senior Vice President and Chief Information Officer with Travel Centers of America.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And Mr. Kelly, state your name for the record and tell us something about yourself.
Kevin, I think you're muted.
I've only done it 3 times today, so we'll forgive you for that.
Can you, it's in the lower left-hand corner, Kevin, the screen, mute. Can you click that? You see that there? There you go, Kevin. Try again, Kevin.
Yeah.
You're still muted.
There you are. Okay, please state your name for the record. And you may be having some technical difficulties there.
Yeah.
His volume may be turned down.
Yeah, it could be. Mr. Giordano, do you want to tell us something about him, or does one of his colleagues?
I don't know. Kevin, try it again.
I'm trying, man.
Oh, there you go. Okay, they can hear you now,
Right.
Kevin. So please go ahead. Now they can hear you.
Okay, good.
We're gaining confidence in your competence here. That's good.
So again, my name is Kevin Kelly. I'm a Senior Vice President of Hospitality. Can you hear me okay? Born in San Francisco, I studied economics at University of Southern California. I've spent 35 years in the hospitality industry. I've worked for several companies, and in May of 2020, I joined TA as their leader of hospitality. We combined all of the hospitality verticals of TA under one umbrella. So that's full service restaurant, quick service restaurant, stores, and gaming and retail services. So all of that falls under one umbrella. So we have one group that's facing the customer, and that's my role with the company. And so that's gaming falls under that for me.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. With that, colleagues, do you have any questions? Member Johnson, Member Katsaros?
I guess I'll start with Mr. Kelly, just since he went last as Senior Vice President of Hospitality. How long have you been in that position now with the company?
I joined in May of 2020.
Oh, okay. So you came into the company in that capacity.
I did.
And I was trying to get to just some of your professional background. What career path brought you to this venture at this time?
I had a relationship with Peter Krage, and the opportunity presented, and so I joined the company by way of Peter Krage. I had a short interim stint as president of Hornblower, which was a cruise company, and they shut down tight right at the beginning of COVID. So I was available, and that's why I moved over to work with Peter.
All right. Yeah, I was going to ask you about Hornblower and what that represented. That they operate a cruise line or service to cruise lines?
So a lot of my background is dealing with the National Park Service. Hornblower does the ferry boats out to Alcatraz, out to Statue of Liberty, into the Niagara Falls Gorge. And so they brought me on to lead that division of their company. And again, with COVID, all of that shut down.
All right. And so you spent the bulk of your professional career, at least in most recent years, at Delaware North.
That's correct.
Can you describe those experiences and how you've been able to transfer that to your current position?
Sure. So at 23 years, half of that tenure was in the field as an operator. So I operated at Kennedy Space Center, running retail services there. I moved up to one of our locations in Yosemite and became the COO of Yosemite, where again, as an operator, ran all the hospitality for the national park, food service, retail. We had our own security department, our own fire department. We had 1,800 employee beds we managed. So managing large, complex organizations. From there, I moved on to corporate. So that's where my other half of my tenure with Delaware North was I was president of the Parks and Resorts division. And then they moved me into being president of the travel division, which was airport, food service, and retail. So I think all my experience with destination travel, being consumer facing and understanding the customer, and then having an overall governance role as a corporate leader plays into the role I have here at TEA, providing oversight for retail, food service, all of our retail amenities like showers, parking. We do CAT scales for the truck driver. We do ATMs and lottery. And then in some of our locations, we have the gaming facilities.
All right. And speaking on that last point, the gaming facilities, is this your first foray into having responsibility over gaming responsibilities?
Yes, sir. Now at Delaware North, we did have a division of gaming. So again, I'm aware of the governance and the regulatory aspects of the industry. So again, I'm familiar with the requirements.
What types of gaming activity at Delaware North?
They owned, they're a 102-year-old company. They used to own horse tracks that over time converted to racinos. And so now they've got gaming facilities in New York State and West Memphis, Arkansas. They've got a poker room in Florida. And that's the bulk of the mix.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your appearance today. And then Mr. Rapp came on at about the same time, is that right, in 2020?
Yes, I did, same day.
Oh, wow, okay. And your career in information technology and transitioning to this opportunity, what's been your assessment so far in terms of acclimating to this gaming environment from some of the various IT and information officer positions you've held previously? How's that transition going?
Very smooth at this point. Really, from a technology standpoint, the responsibilities are not that different from any other of the CIO positions or Chief Information Officer positions I've held. So responsibility for strategy, leading a team to execute on the strategy, tracking the budget, and leading cybersecurity efforts around all of the systems. So that is really pretty common for a Chief Information Officer role. What's new for me is that I have not been in this particular industry before, but having been in banking, consumer products, automotive, and manufacturing, it wasn't that difficult of a transition into a new industry.
I would imagine that background in banking and that time spent at KeyBank and National City Bank prepared you for the regulatory rigors of operating in the gaming context.
There are several different, whether it's SOX or audit controls, things like that, being in publicly traded companies, that we have to maintain the appropriate audit and controls in place to make sure that data is secure.
And you're familiar with the system needs and requirements of ensuring that proper reporting takes place to the appropriate federal agencies from the gaming space.
Actually, I am not as familiar. In my particular role, I do not have any responsibility for reporting on anything from that perspective. It's more from a financial SOX perspective.
Okay. And then you mentioned something that I like to inquire about for a person in your position, particularly coming in from other industries, with regards to cyber security and system integrity in the gaming space. What are you finding to be some of the challenges that you are assessing as priorities in this space to ensure the systems maintain the utmost integrity and protection from outside nefarious actors?
So we leverage independent third-party assessors to test our cyber capabilities to make sure that they are adequate. And if they do find any areas that are lacking, they report on those, and then we report back on a quarterly basis to senior leadership on any of the remediation efforts and to the board that we are taking.
Are you finding the threats in the gaming industry more significant, less significant, about the same as what you've encountered in other contexts?
It's about the same, only because of the credit card processing that we do. We handle credit cards for our fueling, for the convenience stores, for the restaurants. So the security around credit card information, personal and identifiable information, is really pretty strict. And so from that standpoint, I believe that the securities that we would need from a gaming standpoint would be similar in nature for that type of data.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for your appearance today as well. And then lastly, Mr. Krage, started us off. Just wanted to chat about your professional experiences and what was gleaned. So you guys were what, all in the HR office on the same day or something, or?
No, in fact, you'll be meeting John Perchik, the CEO, who I have known for a number of years. And John has put together a team here. And John came on board, and he'll speak. I don't want to take any thunder from John. He was he took the helm of the company in December of 19 and began to assemble at least this is a partial group, a partial number of the team that he's brought on. So I came on in March. I signed on March 2nd of last year, and March 16th we vacated the offices with COVID and have been managing the company remotely. So this is a rebirth of the company and a revitalization.
All right. And so you earned your stripes significantly in the Central Florida area in the entertainment space there, and transferring that over to this. How has that gone so far?
Very well. Real quickly, my career has been obviously in the hospitality and leisure business, but I've had the benefit of being involved in a lot of transactional work, mergers, an IPO of Extended Stay America, some time restructuring SeaWorld after the challenges they had, the PR challenges they had. So I've had some turnaround experience and large transaction experience. This opportunity really is an opportunity to, as I said, to rebirth this company, to bring control, to bring management, to bring a team together and have experience doing that. And of course, I come from a control background. I was a CPA, not a practicing CPA anymore. Spent time in the Big 8 and then managed an internal audit department. So I take a control perspective as well. So I'm obviously involved in the work that we do from a control and evaluation perspective at the gaming facilities.
And so when you were in private practice, looks like you had your own firm out there in Central Florida as well. Same types of clientele, so portfolio activity?
Right. It was a short period of time. I have my own consulting organization. It was about a year. And I would take on, you name the client. It could be in the hospitality business. For example, I had a client in upstate New York that was in the telecommunications hardware business. So my skill set, being a finance professional, having been a finance leader for a number of years, really can move between industries very easily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, money is money, right? Where are you based out of?
Well, the company, Travel Centers of America, is headquartered in Westlake, Ohio. And I am right now at my home. My home base is just outside of Orlando, Florida. And our offices have, with COVID, have been, not closed, but not many people are at the offices. So every once in a while we'll run up to the offices, but we've been working remotely from our homes for the most part. Now, Kevin and Sandy are in the office because they live close by.
Oh, I see. All right, thank you. Well, I didn't have any other questions. Look like each of you bring, I think, exemplary backgrounds to the gaming context, and we're pleased to have someone of your caliber and qualifications interested in this space. So backgrounds, investigations went apparently fairly well, and so I didn't identify any significant issues to further vet. So again, thank you for your appearances today, and that concludes my questions.
Thank you, Member Johnson.
And I similarly have no issues with any of the backgrounds of the individuals before us today, but I do just have a couple of quick follow-up questions. I'll start with you, Mr. Crage. I'm looking at your background. I did note that there's a couple of employments that you had in your prior life at Cedar Fair Entertainment in Sandusky. Does that have any relation to Cedar Point?
In fact, it does. Cedar Point was where my office was. That was headquarters for Cedar Fair. And during my time there, we doubled the size of the company and built and grew it out to about 11 or 12 parks around the country.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize they had parks around the country as well.
Right.
That's a place near and dear to my childhood, frankly.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Anybody who lives within 500 miles of it knows it well, I'm sure.
Great memories.
Yeah, definitely. Great place. One of these days I'll try to venture back there. In terms of your business operations right now, how do you envision things going forward? So you mentioned sort of a reformulated management team, or at least in part, and you guys are looking towards the future. What are you guys focused on right now in growing the business? A is the first question. And then B, have you seen a change in the makeup of your business given the era of COVID, in that certain regional areas of the country are seeing upticks depending on what industry you're in, right? More drive traffic, for instance, across the country, higher levels of RVs being hired, perhaps less air travel on the other hand.
Certainly. On the first question, the reorganization and the rebirth of the company, we're focusing on a number of areas. Last year, we raised about $300 million to invest in the business, grow the business through franchising. We publicly have disclosed that franchising is an important component, dots on the map, grow our ability to service our fleets, to service customers. The majority of our business is fleets and 18-wheel traffic, but we do also serve the four-wheel traffic, the travelers. So we're focused on growing the business, investing the money we've raised, And we're also dealing with costs. The company became a little bit bloated, and I think we've done a good job. Continue to focus on making sure all stakeholders and shareholders benefit from this management team's experience and perspective. With regard to the business itself, COVID was for us, an opportunity, really a burning platform, an opportunity to make changes and do things that we wouldn't otherwise have been able to do. And I think we've been successful in that regard. During the beginnings of COVID, when people were stocking up on goods and services or goods, the trucking industry was incredibly strong. The oil industry, of course, which we're part of, was a little bit volatile. But we saw a reasonable opportunity last year, and we took advantage of that. Of course, full service restaurants had to close, and we had a number of different closures. But last year's business, we were able to produce, at least through the third quarter, which is our most recent publicly released information, we had a relatively strong year.
In your travel centers, do you primarily lease out your sort of food and beverage operations in there, or is that something you guys handle directly?
I'll let Kevin comment on that. Kevin, you're closer to it.
Oh, we've got a volume issue there. Mr. Kelly, take your time. I'll shift over to Ms. Rapp for a minute. It's all right. Ms. Rapp, good to see you.
Hello.
I just wanted to ask a little bit about your outside directorships that you have right now. I did note one of them being Girl Scouts of America.
Yes, it is.
And this is that time of year, frankly.
Or cookies.
It is. So I just wanted to just hear exactly, what your roles are on the various directorships, particularly that one.
Okay, within the Girl Scouts of America, it is a regional chapter. So it's of the pretty much Northeast Ohio area, and we serve over 25,000 girls, which is pretty amazing. My role is as a board member, non-paid, as well as I chair the Audit and Risk Committee. Just based on my security background, as well as some of my other board memberships before, they've asked me to be on that chair as the chair of that position. And I've had that for about 2.5 years. In addition, I'm on the board of the United Way for a 5-county region near my house. And I am the vice chair at that organization.
Okay. And then the last one.
Stewart's Caring Place?
I believe so, yes. Sorry.
Right. That's a cancer, it's a more of a local community nonprofit organization focusing on cancer wellness. So people who have cancer can go there for no charge services. And just based on some family history, it was near and dear to my heart, and it was something that I wanted to get involved in. It was my first nonprofit board. And because of term limits, after reaching chair of that board, and hitting a term limit, I'm now just more of a community member, and I remain engaged in their governance committee.
Well, it's great to see that you're active on these outside, on these different, you have directorships on these outside boards. It's great to see that in your background. It's very commendable. So,
thank you.
On the business side of things, we touched a bit about infrastructure, or at least some of the things that you're grappling with your new role at this company. Is it a fair characterization that the role that you have now with travel centers is that you have more disparate systems within your architecture and framework of the company versus what you may have had in the banking industry? Again, just the nature of your business, or is that not fair?
In the banking industry, I had more narrow responsibilities, so I probably would not be in a good position. I'm not in a good position to comment on the kind of the age or the technologies. I was more of a business relationship manager, managing the business and what projects we were going to be working on. So from that standpoint, I would not have I wouldn't have a lot of insight into the age of some of those systems. However, in my last position as the Chief Information Officer of the Timken Corporation, a manufacturing company that was over 100 years old, From an age standpoint, it was not that different. Just being a manufacturing company where margins are very tight and we try to keep the costs down, it was not uncommon for us to have some very, very old technology. And so from that standpoint, walking into this role, seeing that there is older technology, needing it to be refreshed is not something that is unfamiliar to me.
Is that one of your focuses then? It's for refreshing your architecture?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I didn't have any further questions for you.
Thank you, Member Kotouris.
Well, thank you all for your presentations. I appreciate it in your appearances as well. This is very helpful, and it'll be helpful in the discussion with our Mr. Perchik next. So with that, I'm willing to take a motion if someone's willing to make it.
I did have one outstanding question there for Chair Gibson, if that's all right. Mr. Kelly, I don't know if he's been able to work on his volume. If not, yeah, we can hear you now. If not, I can ask Mr. Perchik.
I'm sorry.
All of our locations are operated by Travel Centers of America, so that we have license agreements with chain restaurants like Popeyes is our largest provider, for example. So all of them are all run by our employees under a license agreement with the national brands.
And then certain ones you have you lease out space to, like you said, Popeyes and other third-party vendors.
No, those are license agreements. So those are, we get onto a license agreement with a national brand, and then we operate them as TA employees running the Popeyes brand. So we run Burger Kings, Taco Bells. They're all license agreements, all run by our management team and our employees.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you again for your appearances. It's nice to meet you all. I'll take a motion if one of you is willing to make one.
All right, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much for appearing. It's nice to meet you all.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. Also, we want to thank Senior Agent Don Messerberg and Agent Julie Petronzi for their professionalism and work on these applications. As always, they're a pleasure to work with, and we thank them for their work and efforts.
Thank you very much. We appreciate their good work as well. Thank you. So, Mr. Giordano, you're staying with us. So let's go on to our next item, if we can, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Jonathan Marcus Perchik for a finding of suitability and licensure as an officer, director, manager, and key executive of Travel Centers of America, Inc. and TA Operating Nevada, LLC, as noted on the agenda.
Okay, wonderful. Welcome, Mr. Perchik.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see everyone.
Again, Chairman Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing with the applicant, John Perchik, as read in the record by Madam Secretary. Again, Mr. Chairman Gibson, I'd ask Mr. Perchik to give a short explanation and provide some background on his history of education and work history. Then we can perhaps entertain questions from the board members on his background.
That'd be good. Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Perchik, and please state your name for the record.
Thanks. John Perchik, CEO of Travel Centers of America, and thank you, Chair Gibson. Nice to see you, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. I do want to start by just also, like others have done today, thanking and recognizing Agent Dastrup for her professionalism, thoroughness, and at times patience as I was trying to obtain older documents. So thanks for all of that, and thanks, and nice to meet everybody. I said, I'm John Perchik. I live in Naples, Florida. I do work out of Westlake, Ohio. I'm sure there may be more questions about that. I grew up in New Jersey, went to a public high school there. I started my undergraduate at Tulane and New Orleans, finished at Rutgers back at home, living with my parents then. Went to District of Columbia School of Law, obtained a JD there in Washington, D.C., and then went on while working to get a master's in international law at Georgetown, which I never really put to use. I think I was still trying to figure out long-term what I really wanted to do during that time. I did practice briefly for a couple of years in the DC area, mostly disability litigation, but dabbled with a few other things. And really, law was a stepping stone for me. I went into it with my grandmother's advice going, honey, if you don't know what you want to do, law is a good stepping stone. And so I went in with eyes wide open. And in fact, I think history has shown how it's proven to be so. So I then joined, I'll go quickly, and I'm sure there'll be questions. I joined Roger Staubach's, the Staubach Company, up in the DC market, the DC, really suburban Virginia. After, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, they sent my family, I was married in the meantime there. And with my very pregnant wife at the time, we moved down to Florida and set up a new division, a new region from scratch, and all the challenges of that on top of having a wife, finding a new doctor in the midst of a pregnancy, a lot of interesting challenges during that time, but grew that business to a certain point, was introduced during that same window to the CEO of WCI Communities. And that was 2005-ish, 2006. That was what history has shown became the Great Recession. This was a high-rise tower developer and home builder, which then started heading down a path as the world started really death spiraling toward bankruptcy. I became a division president during that first year and a half or so, and I was introduced to Carl Icahn, who was our chairman, who was really muscling the company around through his sort of shareholder activist approach to things. On the eve of bankruptcy, he asked me to come to New York and appointed me as the chief restructuring officer. And that really was my first role at that sort of C-level, highest level, where I was responsible for most of, not all of the company, and getting through a very, sort of structured, rigorous process. I learned a lot there. It's like an MBA on steroids, really. After we successfully got out of bankruptcy, and years later, the company went public again and then sold later. I think we did a good thing through the bankruptcy, although it was really hard to tell at the time. You're balancing so many constituent issues and things. From there, I met Barry Sternlicht, the guy who founded Starwood Capital and Starwood Hotels. I started as the chief operating officer and became the chief CEO during about a 4 or 5 year run, running a company called ST Residential. We had taken over the failed loan portfolio from a bank called Chorus Bank, and we became the largest FDIC joint venture during the post-recession days. I think FDIC had 32 of them, if I'm not mistaken, and I was told informally we were the biggest. There too, we had to become a Reg AB qualified special servicer, a very sort of highly regulated kind of asset manager. So again, another experience where there was a lot of oversight over a highly regulated kind of business. In fact, we own 5 assets in the Vegas area. One is the Ogden, which I think is still around. And anyway, executed through that. We did what we were supposed to do in terms of taking the failed bank, making it into a real estate company, and slowly, methodically selling through the real estate in partnership with the FDIC. When that wrapped up, I continued on with Starwood Capital and became the CEO of a company called InTown Suites, a very low price point hotel chain. We did a lot of neat things, or doubled EBITDA in terms of financial performance, really reformed the company. And after 4 or 5 years of that, received a buyout and took some time off, really enjoyed my family for the first time in my career, took about 7 months off, traveled with my kids and my wife, and just with my wife for a period, visited colleges with my daughter. Really, it was an extraordinary 7 or 8 months. And from there was introduced to my now chairman through a mutual friend and investment banker who I've known for years, who's known my chairman for years. And that's when I joined TA. And as you heard from the previous applicants, Peter, Sandy, and Kevin, they were a very meaningful but relatively small part, not in their impact, but in number of people we've brought in to really turn around the company. And we've done that now, and we're again, public company, no forward-looking comments. So my comments are just up through the third quarter. The third quarter, we did 364% better net income than 2019 third quarter, despite COVID, which is really proud of that and proud of our team. So maybe with that, I'll pause, and I'm sure you'll have questions. So thanks for indulging that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Perchik. It's a fascinating background. I see that you were born in Switzerland. That's an interesting note. Aside from your LLM and international law from Georgetown, you've got a fascinating background. There's a famous Diane Wood, a circuit court judge. She mentioned that she backed into law, and that's what a lot of us do, just by accident, sort of, right?
If I could on that, if you don't mind, Chairman, just
please.
A very brief story, but my grandmother was the first lawyer to graduate from Brooklyn Law School in 1934. She passed away at about 90. I eulogized her, and in the process of getting up to speed through talking with the family about her, I learned those facts, that she was the first woman to graduate from Brooklyn Law. A little side footnote to that story is that She actually, there were 2 women that graduated in the class of 34, but she was alphabetically before the next person, so she could claim that stake. But it was really, in all seriousness, it was her advice to me that said, honey, you know, if you don't know what you want to do, I took 2 years off after college and I worked waitering and bartending, and I worked for a law firm, and I also worked for a physical therapy company because I was curious about both. It was that sort of advice that led down this path that ultimately led me not only to go into law, but then to just use it as a stepping stone. So credit to my grandmother, Irene Kaufman.
Well, that's a wonderful story. So tell me about, well, when I look at your history, WCI Communities, ST Residential, In-Town Suites, I mean, these are turnaround efforts, right? So you have a bankruptcy in one case, but turnarounds. And you mentioned that you're now 364% what last year?
That was net income, yes, sir, for third quarter. So for the second quarter of 20, right, we're COVIDing starting in March. That second quarter, you know, we did 79% better net income than that same period, second quarter of 2019. The third quarter, it got stronger, where it was 364% better. You know, net income is sort of the bottom line. What are we generating bottom line? And so we are continuing to strengthen, I think it's fair to say. That's what I was referring to.
Well, that's helpful. So you come in, you bring in an entirely new team, it seems. I mean, at least the team that we've met. Tell me about the prior time. Were there issues inside of the company with personnel that caused you to have to restructure internally?
Yeah, so at this particular company, before even getting here, I learned oftentimes little facts can tell a large story. And so the two or three facts that I saw, really the 2 that leapt out at me before I even got here, and I knew there was something wrong with the leadership and the lack of discipline and sort of self-control at the highest levels, were these facts. The company's corporate overhead, so that the cost to run the business corporate, not at the field level, just at corporate, had grown at a 7% compounded annual growth rate, CAGR, 7%, for 5 or 6 years. So imagine it grows by 107%, at times 107% for 5 or 7 years. That's explosive growth in cost when the revenue is growing at 1 or 2%. So, and even worse than that, even more telling in my mind, was that corporate payroll, stated another way, what the company's senior people were paying themselves. And granted, we're 20,000 people. And when I say corporate, it's 700 some odd people. So I'm being a little tongue in cheek. It's not literally the CEO paying themselves or anything nefarious, but just loosely speaking, what the company was paying itself grew at an 8% CAGR for 5 or 6 years. So what that told me before even getting here, the stock was at $8.90 the day I started. It's now around 30 today. You know, these guys, and the market had just given up on the company. And it's because I think that lack of discipline, which first evidence of which I saw in terms of that overhead just growing wildly. And so that was even before I got there. And when I did arrive, and what I started to observe in the first days, I mean, not first days, plural, singular, first day, this company didn't have a budget with a capital B. And this is publicly available. I've spoken to this publicly. With a capital B, there was no budget. Now, you may think I'm misspeaking, you're not hearing me properly. How does a company with 20,000 people not have a budget? It's extraordinary. We didn't have a centralized procurement function. So if you wanted to buy pencils in this location or that, you just bought them, you know, without consolidating, let alone all the things we consume, whether software services. We didn't have a mission statement. We literally hadn't had a mission statement that was, I'm sure it sat in a desk somewhere, or a vision statement, or a set of values, or a diversity statement. And so one of the first bodies of work I started undertaking was that body of work. I had used a company to help me through my previous 2 companies in mission, vision, values. And so they've helped us do that sort of work. So it was clear to me, it was validating my first day, that there was a real problem with the senior most leadership. And so despite COVID and all the excuses we could have made for ourselves, and we're tempted to, because of COVID, we're not going to do a corporate restructuring. As of May 1st, well, I knew Peter from historically. I was introduced to him years before by his former boss at Extended Stay America. I called Peter when I first got there. He joined in March. And then on May 1, we brought in a whole team of SVPs, about a third or so, which was a nice marriage between great, you know, fresh talent and perspective, married with people with a lot of history and knowledge. And together we're sort of taking this company forward. And so that's the short version, if you can believe it, of that part of our story so far.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions, please.
Well, thank you for your appearance here today, Mr. Perchik. I did want to talk about what you just mentioned, though, on your revenues and your growth, your success there. What do you attribute that to, or largely or in part?
I mean, it's such a complex company with 6 or 7 businesses within one, but if I were to distill it down to one thing, and it's not, it's many things. In fact, tomorrow and the next day, we're doing a virtual retreat for 8 hours with all the SVPs and up talking about all the things we're working on. We have a transformation playbook we've developed. We've changed the balance sheet around. We've raised a lot of equity and debt. We have the new team in place, but really, if you distill it all down, it comes down to this. What is a company but a group of people marching to the same drumbeat or not marching to the same drumbeat? And what is that in turn? People make small choices every day that lead to little outcomes and collectively become the success or failure of the company. And so it's really a people question. You met 3 of them. We have an extraordinary team. I mean, a world-class team, a team that I'm humbled by and honored to be a part of their team. And it's people like the 3 you just met and a number of others, as well as folks who've been here a long time, who just make excellent little choices every day that are having the greatest impact. There's a long list of other things I could provide you, but that's really what it comes down to.
What area of your business did you see the most growth, though?
Boy, I mean, it's so, there's so much, it's so exciting, but I don't know if it's necessarily the most. But the one I think my knee jerk to that question that I think about the most sort of quickly when asked that is our truck repair business. Our repair business is really a hallmark for us. It's one of the things we're famous for. Our kind of truck service ecosystem of all the things we do, we're really well known for and continue to be amongst the biggest fleets. And I meet with a lot of our CEOs of our biggest customers, and it's something they point to. Despite that reputation, the financial performance of that incredible business, well-respected, was doing this for the last few years. And we've reversed that now. And that's, again, some people changes, some focus changes, some process changes. And that's the one that first comes to mind. But boy, there's so many bits and pieces to this. It's all pretty exciting. I'm the luckiest guy on the planet in terms of having this role in this company at this time.
And then your colleagues were mentioning as well that one of the new areas of revenue sources, perhaps in the future, and I don't know if that started yet, was on franchising.
Yes, sir.
Is that already underway, or is that something in the future?
So franchise, if you step back for a moment, and why franchising, what are we doing? Then I'll answer your question specifically. Obviously more locations, whether franchise or company owned, just add more to the top line and bottom line. That's sort of somewhat self-evident, but a little more strategic and slightly less or more subtle is having more dots on the map allows us to sell more business to the big fleets, right? We roughly serve 89% of the top 100 fleets, but when we're competing against others that have more dots on a map and there's more coverage, it's a more compelling argument, all other things equal. Our 2 competitors, Loves and Pilot, have been at this growing for the last 5-7 years. And all 3 of us were similar in number, not more than 5, 6, 8 years ago. And they've just blown by us and we've stagnated. And so the fastest, easiest, most efficient way to grow and most capital efficient for a company that was constrained a year ago, we're not so constrained now, is franchise. It's effectively a little bit like some financing that comes in play. And because we have, despite some of the financial challenges, we have a great reputation. It's the easiest way to grow and the fastest way to grow. And we frankly have the biggest truck stop in the world. Iowa 80 is one of our franchisees. We have 4 of the best operators in the country are our franchisees. So they're not some like secondary, they're not all that great. They are as good or better operators than we are in many ways. So it's a natural way to grow and grow relatively quickly. And so that's why we've chosen it. Before I got here, they had sort of turned the spigot on and a little bit of focus on franchise. I believe in we signed 9 new franchise locations. Last year, I don't know if we put it out there publicly, but we've done a lot better than that, put it this way, in 2020 in number. And we're on a real trajectory. We have a lot of momentum in that area. So I'm really, really excited about it. And with that, I think over time, we probably will open more of our company-owned stores. But for where we've been in just this last 13 months, this was the right way to do it. And as I said, we're gaining traction.
So talking about your footprint then and paralleling that to your competitors out there. So you're a bit smaller in terms of footprint, but in terms of reach, in terms of reach throughout the country, are you regionally constrained where you're not covering the map, perhaps in particular regions of the US and even Canada for that matter?
Right. So Canada, we have one location. It's an interesting question. Do we do more? Do we, that's an interesting question, doing business internationally, even though it's our immediate neighbor. In terms of footprint, just at a very high level, we're a 50-year-old company, I think next year, half a century. So we've cropped up in pretty much, I think we're in 46 states. And if I misstated that, then I'm sorry to anybody who's listening, but we're in something like 44, 45, 46 states. And we have really good coverage. There are some areas in the Northwest where we don't have quite as much coverage, parts of the Northeast as well, comparatively. But generally speaking, we're pretty nicely built out around the country.
Okay. And I didn't have any other questions, Chair Gibson, on the company or Member Johnson. I was going to jump into his background if you wanted to.
Please go ahead.
Sure. Member Johnson, I don't know if you have anything on the company, but I'm just going to then vet through a bit of his background here. So thank you again for that overview on the business. So if we just shift gears to your background, we did identify there was a couple of things in your background that you, to your credit, disclosed to us. It's always best to do it that way rather than us uncovering. So you get an A+ for disclosure there. Do you want to maybe talk about a couple of them? It seems they're somewhat dated, so I normally wouldn't necessarily need to bring them up, but there was a couple. So a couple of them were college perhaps, and then one of them was shortly thereafter.
Sure. One is from college, like 1986-ish. And for the life of me, and I've tried, I have no idea what it is that we founded. I mean, our own check or whatever. And in fact, I think when I was even coming to the company, I think we found it. And to this moment, I have no idea what it is. In fact, going through this process, which is not as sort of rigorous, but nonetheless, the process for Louisiana, the state trooper, who their special agent here is their state trooper, looked and actually said he sent somebody down. I don't know if he literally meant the courthouse, but to wherever this was supposed to be, the parish. And many of the records were either gone or lost or something during, I think I may be mistaken, but I think he said Hurricane Katrina. And I don't want to just start filling in blanks. It's sort of tempting, but to what that could be, but I really don't have any clue what that is and whether it's even a mistake or not.
Okay.
That was
stop you real quick there though. Did you say we're not as rigorous as Louisiana?
No, just the opposite, sir. Yes. Thank you. To be clear. And they're thorough as well, but no, you guys are definitely an Agent Dastrup and the Nevada board is very, very thorough, and theirs was a bit more abbreviated, let's just say.
Okay. Well, again, I wanted to know it was disclosed to us. And then we had a couple of lawsuits that were disclosed. I didn't know if you wanted to maybe give us some insight as to some of those.
Sure. So in one is Hudson. I forget the full header. Hudson, and it's maybe 97 or 90, I think 98, if I'm not mistaken. During the window I practiced law, I took on a case that I was asked to take so I had helped somebody with a disability appeal, which is what I was doing. And my small firm that I worked for allowed me to take other cases that were outside of that. And so sort of a referral person asked me to handle an appeal. They had lost at the trial level. And, I had to get pro hoc vici'd. I had to get approved to go to a Virginia court because I wasn't licensed there. So I went through that process through a co-counsel. And in an early motion in judge's chambers, the judge ruled against me. And I was an immature lawyer, kind of baffled and bewildered as to what I can do and how I can do it. Ultimately, long story short, no excuses. I misled my client. I lied to them then. And then as they pressed, I disclosed that, yes, I lost this appeal and I was embarrassed and what have you. So anyway, that was it. There was no other, they lost. They filed a claim against me. They lost. It was dismissed. There was nothing with the Bar Association. There was nothing filed. There was no other action of any kind filed or that resulted in any way whatsoever.
I love what you just said there. You just said, I lied to them. You didn't say, I wasn't necessarily 100% forthright. It was slightly disingenuous. Thank you. Unvarnished. I appreciate that.
If I could just add,
I love it.
Remember, there's no minimizing. I mean, it's embarrassing to have to deal with 20 years later. It is what it is. I'm proud of my career. And, I made a mistake, a significant mistake. And I have to face it, and there's no minimizing.
Well, thank you for that. I don't have any further questions. I'm going to support your application wholeheartedly. So,
Thank you.
All right. I didn't have any questions that have not already been asked and answered. I appreciate your presentation, sir. I can tell you bring a great deal of energy and enthusiasm and vision to this opportunity, and that's always good to see in this space and elsewhere. And it's also good to see, personal note, person with legally training in their background branch out into some other areas, and you seem to have had a successful career in business, and certainly wish you the best in similar pursuits with regards to this matter here. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for those kind words, member.
Well, wonderful. That was a very helpful presentation, very candid, forth. Thank you for that. I also appreciate the unvarnished sort of approach that you take. There's no mincing words here. So I will entertain a motion if one of you will offer one.
All right. I believe we are at non-restricted 7. So I'll move for approval of non-restricted number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsouris?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much for your appearances. Thank you, Mr. Giordano.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you.
With that, let's move on to our next non-restricted item.
Next item is non-restricted number 8, which is the application of John Michael Barry Gibson for a finding of suitability as a director of Entain PLC.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Gibson. Mr. Clayton, once you appear, if you please state your names for the record. There you are, Mr. Clayton.
Thank
Please
you.
state your names for the record, if you would.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsouris. For the record, I'm Mark Clayton, outside gaming counsel to the company and to the applicant. Here with me today is the applicant, Barry Gibson. As you are well aware, Mr. Gibson is the chair of Entain PLC, which was formerly known as GVC Holdings PLC, the last time the board and the commission would have seen this entity. We understand from Agent Mark Robertson that there's no areas of concern that arose during the course of the investigation. However, as is my normal practice, I would ask Mr. Gibson to spend a few minutes providing his professional background, and then obviously available to respond to any questions the board members may have.
Okay, please. Chairman Gibson, please tell us about yourself.
Chairman Gibson, is it good morning still? So it's good evening here in the UK. I'm Barry Gibson. I'm the chairman of the board of Entain PLC. A little bit about myself. I've had the privilege to serve on the board of a number of gaming companies over the last 20 years or so. I was on the board of William Hill, on the board of Playtech from 2010 to 2011, and on the board of bwin Party from 2015 to 2016. I've been on the board of Entain, formerly GVC, since November 2019, and I became the chairman in February of last year. I'm also chairman of the nomination committee of the company. As the board chairman of Entain, I've got the responsibility of overseeing the board in all its responsibilities, most importantly, promoting the highest standards of integrity, probity, and corporate governance throughout the company and at board level. Of course, it's my responsibility to set the tone to assure a heightened sensitivity to compliance. Responsible gaming measures are absolutely at the heart of everything we do, and it's my job to make sure the board develops and determines the company's strategy and its objectives. In November just gone, I launched the project which we call internally Sunrise, which created the new identity that changed to Entain. More importantly, what it did as a company was to demonstrate our commitment to transitioning. We now are planning to operate only in nationally regulated markets, and 99% of all of our revenue comes from regulated or regulating markets, and we'll be out of the last couple of markets over the course of the next 12 months. We want to carry on enhancing and building our responsible gaming measures. The technology we have is world leading, and we're planning to use that technology to improve player safety and making sure that we tie remuneration in our company to achieving those kind of goals. It goes without saying that world-class corporate governance is the heart of everything we do. and my personal reputation as the chairman of a number of companies in the UK is on the line if I don't deliver that level of corporate governance. And of course, making sure that we work to improve the communities by making Entain a great place to work, the communities that we work in, reducing our environmental impact, and we've committed to spending 100 million dollars over the next 5 years to the Entain Foundation, which helps promote safer gambling through research and through working with community groups and so on. So that's my opening remarks, and I'd just like to thank Senior Agent Mark Robertson, who's worked tirelessly to make sure we got through all the hurdles and got all the paperwork together and in on time for this hearing today. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. So we've had a chance to meet, and I've talked with you and your team. I'm impressed that you mentioned, your team mentioned that you have a full stack operation. You own it, run it.
Yep.
You best of class problem gambling sort of security software, meaning that you reach out and identify people who might have problems, and you help them get help themselves. I'm impressed with everything you do. You have a limited role in the sense that you're not inside of the company. You run corporate governance. That's your job, and that says a lot. So I appreciate your background. I appreciate what you said. And for the record, if anyone's watching, we're not related. I'd be happy to be related, but we're not. And I have no additional questions. So I'll turn it over to Member Katsaros and Member Johnson.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning or evening, Mr. Gibson. Glad to have you before us today.
Good evening.
I think you may have answered the question. One of the questions that I'd had, any committees that you serve on, did you indicate that you serve on at least one committee, the nominating committee, is that correct?
The nominations committee, which really oversees board membership. I'm also on our corporate social responsibility committee, which makes sure that we kind of take our responsibilities to society and to our colleagues very seriously.
Okay, and that would lead into the other item that I wanted to just have you expand on, the Entain Foundation. What is the work of that? Can you tell a little bit more about that?
Okay, it's a charitable foundation which has independent trustees out with the company. We make contributions to the foundation. We agree its objectives and the kind of things it does. For example, we're funding a piece of research out of Harvard to try and understand the reasons why people develop addictions, gambling particularly. So we fund that research and we make it available to regulators right around our organization. We also, for example, fund some grassroots sports activity, but we don't do it in a way where we put our brand name to it. We do it through our corporate name, Entain, which is not a consumer brand, it's purely a business brand. We have lots of consumer brands, and that helps. You call it soccer, we call it football. Football teams in the very, very low leagues, way below professional level. So we help community teams who want to play football, for example. So there's a whole range of things we're doing, and it's really all aimed about giving back to the societies that we kind of work in. So we can help people, for example, where we can identify through our software systems that people have got problems developing because we can see how much they're losing, how much time they're spending in one session. If they're playing online, we can see just how long they're sitting in front of their computer screen. And we can intervene, we can slow down the rate of play, and we can help people where we think there are problems by putting limits on how much they can spend. But we can also provide them introductions to get help if they need counselling, for example. And those are the kind of things that we can fund through our Entain Foundation. So it's a company-funded one, but it's got independent trustees in the way a charitable foundation would have in the United States.
Okay. And do you have any responsibilities in the regulatory sense to support problem gaming initiatives or dispense problem gaming information in the UK?
It's becoming more and more of an issue. Historically, it was never really seen as a responsibility, but I was actually working with the board of your equivalent in the UK Gambling Commission, and they're looking at how they can take best practice and move it through the industry. There's a review of the Gambling Act going through Parliament currently, and this is likely to be an area that will become a responsibility of corporations who are in this space, that they're likely to have a legal responsibility to follow certain rules in terms of checking on affordability. So we want to know and understand our customers, how much they earn, for example, how much they can afford to lose, so we can put limits on to make sure they don't spend too much of their disposable income. So at the moment, it's best practice. It's being encouraged by our regulator, but it's likely to become a legal requirement over the next 24 months that we'll see limits on how much people can lose in one session, unless they provide evidence that they can afford to do more. Because we're seen as being a leader in this space, I was asked the question by the chairman of the board of the UK regulator, Barry, what can you do to make other operators operate to your standards? And I said, well, we can only share our best practice. It's for you to tell the other people what they should be doing. And of course, from my point of view, we would much rather be working only in regulated businesses where everybody plays by the same rules and the customer is at the heart of what we do. And that's likely to become a theme that will develop in regulation. I'm sure globally, actually, but certainly in the UK, it's very much on the agenda as we speak.
Well, sounds like you will be positioned well ahead of the curve should those regulatory requirements do materialize.
Well, we, so for example, have already opted out of sports advertising. So there's an issue around sports advertising in the UK. So on players' shirts around perimeters of grounds and so on. And we voluntarily opted out of that about 12 months ago. We recognise that there's a young audience watches a lot of soccer, and there's clear links between using gambling and sport and a relationship that develops in that kind of arena. So we've decided to opt out of that voluntarily. And we think, again, that will become a remedy that the legislators will put in place as part of how gaming organisations should behave responsibly in society.
Okay. And is the work of the foundation limited to the UK at this time?
No. We've got in process of being created in the US, because of course, apart from our joint venture with MGM, we have a very limited reach within the USA, but we're setting up an advisory board as a subcommittee of the PLC board, and part of its work will be about spreading the work of the Entain Foundation into the United States as well.
Okay. And then do I understand that either with regards to the board position that there are some limitations on the length of service that persons can serve?
Yeah, in the UK, the maximum is 9 years that people can serve. They get appointed on 3-year terms typically, and on average they would serve between 5 and 6 years, but an absolute maximum is 9 years. But typically it's a 3-year appointment. It normally gets renewed for a further 3 years, maximum of 9.
All right. And then is the company in the process of, if this is not publicly subject to discussion at this time, I certainly understand, but have there been any recent acquisitions of Entain, of any other entities?
We have a joint venture with MGM,
right,
and we operate BetMGM within the US. The parent company of MGM approached us in October with a proposal to acquire us. So we had a series of discussions with them, and we walked away as good friends on the basis that they couldn't make an offer that we found attractive to our shareholders. So on or around about January the 8th, I think it was, there was an announcement made by MGM that they were withdrawing from the bid process that they were involved in. We remain very good friends. These conversations only took place at the very top of our two organisations. So myself with the chairman of MGM, and the joint venture itself, which is how we operate in the United States, the teams are working extremely well together and the business is developing extremely well. So we will be a leading player in the US market. We're already probably number 3 in the US market for online sports betting and gaming. Mm-hmm. And as more states open up, we shall be applying for licenses in there. We're in about 12 states currently. And we're finding the industry a very interesting one, because we bring our technology, which is proprietary. We own our technology with about 2,500 people working our tech team, mainly in India, but also in Gibraltar. And MGM bring a great and trusted brand name, great licensing reputation, and of course they have their frequent player program, the Friends of MGM. So we have all the experiences between us that we really need to make a success of the business in the United States, and it's going extremely well.
Okay, so no acquisition by Entain of other entities recently. I thought I'd read somewhere recently that Entain was going to look to acquire.
We made a bid, which is still going through the process of being accepted. It's a publicly quoted company called NLabs. It's a Swedish listed online sports gaming operator. So we made a bid of 250 million euros for that business about 4 weeks ago, and that's going through the process at the moment. It's bid for a public company. We've got recommendations from the board, and 45% of the shareholders have already said yes. So we expect that will close in the third quarter of this year if it goes ahead. And just this week, we have made a bid for a part of an Australian company called Tabco. They have an online and franchisee operation in Australia. We've got an operation in Australia. We're currently number 3 in the market in Australia. And we've just indicated our interest because there's a division of Tabco being sold, and we've expressed our interest in buying that division, which is approximately £2 billion.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your presence. I didn't have any other questions. I appreciate the exchange and the dialogue.
Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Gibson. Oh, sorry. Chair
Good
Gibson. You mind if I interject?
No, please.
Okay. Mr. Gibson from Entain. Good to see you. Just following on that last point there with regard to Tabcorp, and you said it's a certain division. Is it which division is it?
It's mainly the online business. The main business of Tabcorp is a lottery operator, and they're going to retain and be a lottery operator. The division is online sports betting and gaming, and they also have franchisee-based retail network as well. So it's part of that business.
So the online component. So is that across all of Australia then, New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, et cetera?
Correct.
Okay.
It's nationwide across Australia.
Okay, and that's where my question was. I didn't know if it was a certain province that you were targeting specifically with that acquisition, or the one that you were seeking there. Okay, and then if we could start back, and apologies if I had missed it. Your time with Entain had started in November of 2019. How did you come to Entain?
I was approached through an industry headhunter, with the term that we would use, so recruitment consultancy. The chairman of GVC was due to retire. He'd been more than 9 years on the board, and they conducted a public search, and I came through that process, met with the board in the summer of 2019, and eventually was appointed in November 2019, but based on the fact that I'm a retailer by background. If you look at my full CV, that's where I would say my main background was. But I was on the board of William Hill, which you will have heard of, I'm sure, for about 7 or 8 years. And then I was on the board of Playtech, which is a big provider of software into the industry. And then I joined the board of bwin Party Gaming, which subsequently was bought by GVC, but that was about 4 years before I was completely circuitously approached to join or to be considered for the role of the board at GVC.
Yeah, the materials that I have before me right now go back to the time that you were appointed to the William Hill board. I don't have your CV, however, so I was curious as to what led up to your appointment to that, and whether or not in your management of prior companies, perhaps if you were in gaming, or you just mentioned retail, for instance.
Okay. My very first career was retail, and that's my major, if you like. And I became the chief executive of a company called Littlewoods PLC. Littlewoods owned a big betting operation in the UK called the Football Pools, which, if you like, was the forerunner of lotteries. People used to predict the outcome of games based upon 49 games played on a Saturday, and people could win £1 million through playing It was Paramutual. That business, when I became chief executive of the group, we sold, and that business is now called Sportech, and Sportech operates in the United States. So that was my first hands-on experience of gaming, but it was a discrete division within a very big retail organization, but it had been the origins of the family-owned business. So it was kind of at the heart of what we did. We had a relationship with 4 million customers who played the game every week with us. So it was kind of inbred into us how important it was. So that was my kind of first, if you like, but not a detailed hands-on management involvement with it. When I retired from Littlewoods at the age of 50, the Littlewoods family sold the company. I then developed a plural career, and I was on the board of a number of companies. So I was on the board of National Express Group. We operated the public transit system in Las Vegas, for example. So my kind of first visits to Las Vegas were in the early 2000s when we were running the public transit system. I joined the board of William Hill at the time. It was being floated by its private equity owners. So we floated on the stock market in the UK in about 2002. And that's when I joined the board of William Hill. And then that then led on to the other things. So I've never had any executive hands-on involvement in terms of running a gaming floor or running a betting shop chain or whatever. But I've been involved in the industry and seen it evolve and change, particularly through this period when it's been going online. And very much what I did when I was in Littlewoods, we ran a big mail order company. So like Sears would have been in the US, and that had grown from the football pools business and was heavily involved in technology, consumer relationships, and therefore that bit of my background fits in really nicely because we developed online retail in the late 90s when the internet was first becoming an important source of revenue for us. So that's kind of how I got into this business. But I've still maintained interest and involvement in other companies. So I'm still also the chairman of a company called HomeServe. HomeServe PLC is a British company. Actually, the US is our biggest market. So we're based up in Connecticut, and it's about 55-60% of our group business now. But I'm due to retire from that board. That's just been announced. I'll be retiring from that board in May of this year.
Your time with SportingBet, what time period was that?
I was never on the board of SportingBet. There was another company called SportingBet. So I was on the board of a company called bwin Party Gaming. Mm-hmm. So I did William Hill.
I thought you had mentioned SportingBet earlier. I took a note down here. Maybe I misheard.
Okay. bwin Party Gaming. Mm-hmm. So SportingBet was one of the businesses I think that historically was rolled up within the GVC organization. It was dismembered. I think part of it went to William Hill and part of it came to GVC. So.
Okay, understood. I misheard you there then. And then at the onset of the discussion that we had here, you mentioned Sunrise with regard to the effort you had internally for a change in name and identity. What was the purpose for that?
I think it's fair to say that GVC has a colourful background. Like many of the businesses that grew up involved in online gaming in the era before regulation was as well developed as it is today. And I think GVC for a lot of people was about grey markets, not being quite in the kind of same space. It's grown through acquisition enormously. And we decided that it was a time to reset the baseline, to set out some values, some principles, how we wanted to work. And we took some difficult decisions. So, for example, we exited a group of markets that were unlicensed. We were working in a licensed environment by operating remotely into those territories. And that meant giving it away, for example, 25 million of EBITDA. But it was the right decision because we wanted to say to people, we only work in regulated or regulating markets. Well, to say that, we had to have the truth behind it. So we took the decision to exit certain markets. Similarly, wanted to make sure that working in a way which is really about being responsible, by making sure that we could use our technology for player safety, by making sure that we were going to tie our executives' remuneration to responsible gaming goals. Best-in-class corporate governance was really important, making sure that the way we dealt with our suppliers, with our shareholders and so on, and with our communities. So it was a package of things which really was designed to say, we want to be a FTSE 100 company. And to do that, we really got to have the highest possible standards. So what are all the things that you could look at and maybe criticize what we've done historically? And how could we go about putting those things right? So I kind of led the board and the senior executives down this period of reflection, thought, development, and we launched internally what we call Sunrise. And we decided at that stage it would be a good thing to rebrand the company. GVC had originally stood for Gaming Venture Capital, which is how it had evolved and developed. And we just thought it wasn't really in tune with entertainment, media, sports, and a kind of different style of business. So it took us about 3 months to develop the approach and to work through the implications of what it would mean and so on. And we launched that in November.
Okay. And so during that period of a reflection, as you termed it, you've had some, I don't want to say musical chairs, but you've had a somewhat of a revolving door with the CEO position now. Were you involved then in the nominating of Mr. is it Shay Segev to replace his predecessor, and then also involved in the new appointment, I presumably so, of Miss Nygaard Anderson?
Yes. So Kenny Alexander had been CEO of the business for about 15 years. And I think he, during the kind of pandemic, the lockdown, had realized he'd been away from home for a long time. And he decided that was a good time to change, for him to move on and do something different. He's made a lot of money out of the industry. And he could see that we were going to have to change and we were going to have to operate in a different kind of way. And he decided entirely voluntarily to retire, which he did in July. We had a well-developed internal succession plan, which had Shai Segev as his nominated successor. And Shai is a highly regarded technical operator within the industry. And so he was appointed in July, and then with me, he then kind of led the development of where we're going. Now, in the middle of the MGM takeover discussions that were going on, he received an approach from a non-gaming operator in the area of online streaming of sporting content. And he was made an offer to join that company as a joint CEO. And if I tell you that he was offered the opportunity to make £200 million over a 3-year period if he leads this company to a successful flotation in the stock market, you won't be surprised, I can see from the smile you have on your face, that we could not compete with that kind of offer. We're a publicly listed company and we have rules of remuneration and how we reward people and so on. So it was a fairly short conversation in terms of whether he could, whether we could keep him or not. He's still with us. He'll work through his 6-month period. He's not going to be leaving us early. We were very fortunate. I mean, one of the jobs of a chairman, there are 2 big jobs a chairman has to do. He's got to hire a CEO. He's got to fire a CEO. You hope you don't have to do them too often. But it does mean that I'm disciplined in terms of looking at succession planning. And my other company, HomeServe, my founder CEO is is addicted to high adrenaline sports, and he flies his own helicopter and he goes heli skiing. So when I say I have an under the bus scenario for dealing with what happens if I lose a CEO, it's something that's just ingrained. And Yetta joined the company around about the same time as me. She comes from a media, gaming, but not gambling particularly, and sporting background. And she joined as a non-executive director, but was looking for a full-time role. She impressed myself and the rest of the board. So when we saw this opportunity coming along, we asked her to do a presentation. So she took a few days to do a presentation to the board. We put her through an external process of validation to measure her against other candidates and so on. She came out very well. Most importantly for me, she absolutely buys our Sunrise strategy. she was very much involved in the development alongside myself and the rest of the board. So it gives us a chance to seamlessly continue the implementation of where we're going. It's just fortunate that she happens to be on the board, and she stepped into that role about 10 days ago. So since Christmas, on the 3rd of January, I had to cancel my planned holiday to the Maldives because a leak had happened to the New York press about MGM's interest in us. And we became aware of it on the Sunday, the 3rd of January. And I spoke to my wife and she said, well, we're not going all the way to the Maldives for you to spend 10 days sitting on the beach on the telephone. We're going to stay at home and you'll deal with that, and then we'll go sometime later. So that's what we did. And I had to deal with that and then take through the kind of whole process of seeing my chief executive decide that he was leaving right in the middle of all this going on. But, you know, at least I was at home. I had nothing else to do. So I was able to focus on the job in hand. And we've got a great CEO in Yetta, and you'll get to meet her, of course, as part of the licensing process. And we'll be coming to see you as a corporation rather than as individuals in about April, May time. I found it very interesting listening into your questioning of the other people who've been before you today, because I've never been through the process previously. So particularly the first one you were doing about the guy who had a 2-year temporary license, and do you give him another 2 years, a year? Or it was a very interesting education for me to listen to that going on and seeing the very real wrestling you were doing in terms of, well, on the one hand, you don't want to ruin this guy's business and the people who works in there and so on. But on the other hand, you want people who are honest and straightforward, and you feel confident that they're going to do the job and look after the people going forward. So it was a very interesting education for me that you go into that kind of detail. I'd heard the stories of Kenny Alexander and so on before you a couple of years ago. And I hope that when it comes to me coming back with the company application in March, April, May time, that you know, we'll be able to answer the questions straightforwardly, openly. There's no skeletons that we have that we're not prepared to kind of open our cupboard and show you where we are, because we know that where we are now is a really great place, and some historic things that happened. We're part of an industry developing, and regulation was not as well developed as it is today, and some of the territories that they were operating in were not the kind of places you'd really want to go on holiday. So, you know.
Well, I'm glad to hear your wife didn't go on holiday without you to the Maldives, so that you can actually join her on the next one. But
thank you.
And I'm also glad that you were able to hear some of the earlier deliberations that we had on other agenda items. You know, this is definitely part of our process of vetting individuals like yourselves and companies that wish to have this privilege of doing business within the state of Nevada. And I see that you're going through similar processes in some other jurisdictions throughout the U.S. right now, and
we are indeed
parts of the world. So this is probably good training for you too.
They tell me that you guys have got the blue ribbon when it comes to regulation. So, well, you know, on the basis of
gold standard is the term we use, but it kind of gets worn out sometimes, so I won't use it. Oops, excuse me, I just did.
Okay, well, I call it the blue ribbon, but it means the same thing.
Fair enough. No, I will note in your background, there was nothing derogatory. It came back completely clean. I didn't have any areas of concern with your background. I did want to have this dialogue, though. As you know, Entain is up for their licensure again here, I believe, in May. So I suspect listening in are a part of the Zoom at that time, too, since I'm assuming we'll still be in a Zoom world as opposed to face-to-face. With that, I will turn it back over to you, Chair Gibson.
Thank you. Well, that was a robust discussion, and one of the things that I noticed as you speak, Mr. Gibson, is that we had a discussion, just a private discussion about, not private, but a discussion about sort of some of the cultural differences between the Brits and Americans. And I would note that I have great appreciation for the sensitivity to language that you all have. So, I mean, whether it's, calling, a company or referring to a colorful background, or, naming something sunrise. I mean, it's I enjoy PBS. I enjoy the language. It's, you have a great sensitivity to it. They're lucky to have you, candidly. They really are. The company is. So,
it's a great company.
And they're
it's going to be even better.
Well, good. With that, I'll take a motion. Let's get this one done.
All right, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for appearing. Thank you, Mr. Clegg.
It's been my pleasure, Chair Gibson. And the last word, if I may, is that Liverpool are playing Brighton this evening. And I've been recording it on the TV downstairs. So I'm now going to have a beer and watch the football. So the soccer, I apologize.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Night. Take care.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay. Madam Secretary, with that, let's go on to our next non-restricted item, assuming that, let me check with our court reporter.
Can we take a break?
Yes, we can.
That would be great.
5 minutes, is that enough, or?
That would be good.
Yeah,
legislative
that's
time?
enough. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. All right. IT, are you ready to go?
Yes, sir. No need for a countdown. We're live right now.
Okay, welcome back. Thank you for allowing us the break. Madam Secretary, would you please read the next item into the record?
Next item is non-restricted number 9, which is the application of Savinder Binns for a finding of suitability as a key executive of William Hill PLC.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Binns, Mr. Gutwald. As soon as I can see you, please state your names for the record. And
Dennis Gutwald, law firm Donald Carano, and with me hopefully is Sadie Benz. With your permission, I'll have Mr. Benz tell you a little bit about himself.
Okay, please. Welcome, Mr. Benz.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be with you today.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Savinder Benz. A bit of background on me is I grew up in the UK. Was there for the first kind of 20, 30 years of my career. In the UK, I was kind of, I was known as a technology nerd, a geek. So played around with computers my whole life since I could. Did a computer science degree. And then before it was cool to be a startup person, I tried to build my own startup. Wasn't very successful, to be honest, straight out of college. And then I tried my hand at a blue chip company and started working at Dun & Bradstreet in Europe, in the UK. And basically went on to bigger and bigger companies. Was a developer, a project manager, a program manager, and a director of technology at various companies. So I had my kind of upbringing in the UK, and then from that, I came to the US to watch the World Cup in '94, and then I met at one of the games my future wife. So I met her. We dated for a while between the US and New Jersey. I finally gave in and moved to the US, and we got married. And I worked at Deutsche Bank at the time on Wall Street. So I had a number of years on Wall Street. Decided at the time that Wall Street wasn't the right place for me. So I did my MBA at the Wharton School of Business and joined McKinsey. McKinsey, I ran their IT function for a number of years. And then after doing that for about 5 years, they said, you know what, you know this technology stuff really well. Why don't you help us build a new practice around helping our clients on technology problems? And so I set up a new division within McKinsey called Digital Labs. I did that for about 8 to 10 years, where I built a whole new practice, which went from zero to about $1 billion business for McKinsey. And then most of my time I spent there was serving clients. And by serving clients, what I mean is companies in the Fortune 500, so whether it's Starwood or Johnson & Johnson or Lloyds Bank, would come to McKinsey and say, look, we want to be more like Google. We want to be more like Facebook. We want to be fast. We want to be nimble. We want the best tech assets. And so I would advise and help companies build out from where they were into operating a bit more like Silicon Valley companies. And kind of that's what I spent 80% of my time doing over about the last 6 or 7 years at McKinsey. My last client was actually William Hill. And they basically said, look, we need to open a business in the US, but we don't know how to set up the technology in the US. Can you help us? So I spent a year building out all the technology and the people function in New Jersey for William Hill. And at the end of it, Ulrich, the CEO at the time, said, you know, why don't you just join us and do the same again for our entire company, And so I joined after he made me an offer I couldn't refuse to leave McKinsey and join William Hill. And that was about 14 months ago. And I've been at William Hill since, helping scale up the US operation, but also help kind of make our European and rest of the world organization more nimble with its technology and capabilities to kind of have the best product for our customers. Hopefully that gives you a flavor of who I am.
It does. You've got an incredibly impressive background. William Hill I'm impressed with William Hill's, with their executives. We had a chance to meet one of your colleagues recently, the equivalent of your CISO. And with you, that is some team. Joe Asher leading it, so I'm impressed. Your background was very clean. I didn't reveal any areas of concern. I have no additional questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Please.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I would concur. A very clean background and also a good presentation of your skills and experiences in your affirmative presentation there. One question I had, I was looking over what has been provided to us as your duties and responsibilities, usually fairly general information, generally stated. But there was one that talked about using stakeholders' feedback for improvements and adjustments to technology. I was wondering if you could just elaborate on that and your role in that and your strategy for going about accomplishing that and how you process that information and incorporate it into the strategic objectives of the company.
Yeah. I think one of the key things that I knew, and I know what Silicon Valley companies do well, is they solve a problem or create energy and excitement from their customers using their products. And so for me, part of what we want to do at William Hill to be kind of the #1 gambling product is to make sure that we have customers, which could be internal customers to William Hill, operations, compliance, legal, or it could be customers who are using the product. And for me, the best product is the one that solves their problems or gives them energy and excitement. So for me, every quarter, we look at what customers are doing with our product, what they're not doing, and what we think they want to do based on engaging with them. And that's a cornerstone of our product development roadmap, which is it's all based on what the customers, internal or external, are really asking for. And that is kind of user research piece that we have built into our core operating model for technology.
And then where are you based out of?
So it looks like I should be in a mountain somewhere behind me, but I'm in Princeton, New Jersey.
Okay.
So I'm based in New Jersey, and I've been in the States for about 20 odd years.
All right, that's the perhaps the best authentic background that I've seen in a Zoom presentation. So kudos to you for your authenticity. All right, thank you, and best of luck to you going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Baines, for your presentation. I didn't have any other questions either. It's a very clean background. As was mentioned, your counterpart or colleague over in the US was just before us here last month. So thank you again for your presentation and appearance here today.
Fantastic.
Well, thank you. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
All right, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for your appearances.
Thank you all.
All right, take care. All right, Madam Secretary, let's move on to the next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 10, which is the application of Jerry Lee West Jr. for licensure as a key employee of the Prima Donna Company, LLC.
Okay. Mr. West, welcome. Please state your name for the record. Let's see who else. Miss Barnett, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Gibson.
It's good to see you.
Afternoon, Member Johnson and Member Katsaros. Today with me, I have Jerry West. He may just be unmuting his microphone or his video at the moment. And also Michelle Sticka, our Director of Audit and Compliance, is here with us today as well. Not sure if she's appearing on your screen, but she's also joining us.
We can see you all. Do you have an affirmative presentation you'd like to make?
No formal presentation, but I believe that Mr. West will answer a few questions and just go over his background for you.
Okay. Well, welcome, Mr. West. I've stated your name for the record for you, so please tell us about yourself.
Absolutely, Chairman. I'm an Air Force veteran from Middletown, USA. town full of a lot of cornfields and limestone quarries. In fact, if you Google Bedford, Indiana, you'll find that it's the limestone capital of the world. That's the most interesting part of my spiel. I want to get that out of the way. I've been in gaming for over 28 years. I've been very fortunate to work with a lot of good people, blessed with some good mentors who taught me a lot along the way. I like to think of myself as a service style leader. That's to say that I'm very passionate about serving those who report to me. And my track record and some of my references would adhere to that. I've been here in Primm since 2018. I was very lucky to start off as the AGM before the position became open, which allowed me to learn the ins and outs of being the mayor of a small town in the desert of Nevada. I find every day here to be challenging on some level. You got the I-15 traffic, you have water treatment plants, gas stations, truckers abound, and we have gaming. So there's a lot going on out here, to say the least. I do want to take a minute to thank Agent Tan for all her efforts to get me before you today. I really appreciate that for this key license. And I'm here and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Well, the background is clean. I appreciate your service. Thank you for your service to the country. I have no questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
I don't have any questions either, Chair Gibson. Background came back clean. I appreciate your presentation here today.
Thank you, Member Johnson.
Mr. West, yes, I would concur. It seems like you have handled yourself very well personally and professionally, such that there's not much else to inquire about. I did want to know, just looking at your background and your travels over the last few years, how happened that you ended up at this opportunity at this time?
Through a mutual friend at corporate level, Vince Lentini. Stayed in touch with him, worked with him at Harrah's in Tunica, Mississippi. Stayed in touch with him over the years. Not close contact, but contact, I like to say. He let me know that the present AGM position was vacant out here and made the introductions to the then general manager, Stuart Ritchie. We had some coffee, a couple meetings, brought me out here, tried to scare me off, and here I am today.
Okay. Just looking through the balance of the report, I don't believe there was anything else. Oh, what's the status of Buffalo Bills?
Currently, we're no operations over there until the end of March. So it's been shut down. It's one of the concert venues that we have, so really no need to operate something that we can't operate at under these conditions of the pandemic.
Okay. All right, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I have no additional questions. So with that, I'm ready to take a motion.
Number 10. So, Madam Secretary, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 10 as read into the record.
Please, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you for appearing today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. West. Okay, Madam Secretary, let's go on to our next one.
Next item is non-restricted number 11, which is the application of Jonathan Edward Ballware for licensure as a key employee of JESR LLC, doing business as the Sands Regency.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome. And please state your name for the record, Mr. Ballware.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. Whoops, I'm sorry. That's that's my fault. Sorry, apologize. My name is Jonathan Ballware. I am currently the Vice President of Nevada Operations for Jacobs Entertainment. A little bit about my background. I was not born, but I was raised most of my life in Las Vegas, Nevada. Attended Bishop Gorman High School. After graduating from Stanford University, I joined the Mirage Resorts. I was there for about 10 years and working in different positions. And then when MGM purchased Mirage, I went out to Prim Valley, was there for Prim Valley Resorts, was out there for a few years before I joined Station Casinos. And I was at Station Casinos until April of 2008. And we relocated to Reno, Nevada, where I joined Jacobs Entertainment as the general manager of the Gold Dust West Casino in Carson City. And was in that position for about 8 years, and then was promoted to the vice president of Nevada operations, and that had responsibility for the Sands Regency, which we purchased in 2017, as well as the other Gold Dust West properties. And after we reopened, after COVID, after the 2.5 months the casinos were closed, I assumed, as well as being the vice president, I assumed the general manager role of the Sands Regency, and that's why I'm before you today.
Thank you very much for that background. I appreciate that. Your background is clean. I appreciate your appearance. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Katsaros in particular, I think, given the fact that he's in the north, will know quite a bit more about your property than I do.
I do. I used to be a somewhat of a frequent visitor. And in fact, some time ago, Mr. Boulware was kind enough to give me a tour.
That's right.
So good to see you again, Mr. Boulware. I didn't have any questions on your background. You're a known commodity here. Is this your third or fourth time before us?
Well, this is my third time.
Third. Okay.
It was my fourth time applying, and the first time I applied, I was with the Station Casinos, and I left them, or we parted in April 2008. So I had to retract my application before I got to the finish. But I came before you as a general manager of the Gold Dust West in Carson City, as vice president, and now as vice president and general manager.
Okay. Well, like I mentioned, I didn't have any questions on your background. It's all very clean. But it's good to see you here again in this forum. Perhaps we can do it in person one day.
Absolutely. So owe you a tour of the Sands.
Thank you. I'd like to do that one of these days.
All right, Mr. Boulware, good to see you back before the Gaming Control Board. I think I have been here for both of your prior appearances.
Yes, you were.
You've been making steady professional progress with the company, so things must be going well.
Yes, sir.
Very good, very good. I didn't have any other questions. Looks like continued positive background investigation, but perhaps I'll take the opportunity to ask, how are the book sales coming along?
Oh, for the book that I wrote. Well, actually, it's interesting. I haven't put it out there yet because I'm just now starting an online business around that book and some online courses, and I really won't launch that until around June or July. I'm excited to really have something different outside of gaming that I'm focused on, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to see how that goes.
Yeah, I don't think we've had a gaming applicant / author before us anytime recently anyway, so good for you.
Thank you.
All right. I will make a motion then for approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros.
Aye. Did it come through?
Now you did. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Madam Secretary, let's go on to our last non-restricted item, number 12.
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of Competition Interactive LLC, doing business as Competition Interactive, for licensure as an off-track parimutuel sports systems operator, and the request for approval of agreements as noted on the agenda.
Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome. Do we have Mr. Steelman and Mr. Mahaney?
Yes, this is Matt Mahaney here for Competition Interactive, General Counsel, and I have Paul Steelman with me as well. I believe he's logged in at this point.
Okay. Let's wait to see if we can. There he is. I can see that he's on.
Hi, Chairman. Thank you.
Hello, sir. How are you
today? Thank you very much for seeing us. It's very nice.
Paul, on your bottom left, if you hit the video button, you'll be able to see it. There you go.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for your appearances. I appreciate it. We probably need to lay a record just as to why we're back here today, just quickly. And I'll quickly go through. Actually, Member Katsaros, could you read through the rump memo record that was sent back around? There was a correction in one of the dates.
Oh, was there? Okay, I don't have that one handy in front of me, frankly.
Okay. Do you have that one, Member Johnson or Chief Labadie?
I just need to pull it up.
I don't think I have that either. Are you talking about the dates on page 2? That should have been January.
That's right.
2020.
Yep, those are the dates. I guess I'll just go ahead and start then. So these are the list of events that sort of have led us back to this point. We sent several letters to Competition Interactive advising the company to activate the license on or before July 30th, 2020. This was after a license was issued. Was it, what was the date of issuance of the first license? January 23, 2020? Yes. And so it needed to be activated on or before July 30th, 2020, or it would be necessary for GCB or for the company to reapply. We sent several letters subsequent to that, and there was no response. My understanding is that there were some internal sort of communication challenges that have been remedied at this point. In particular, I think they were going to a part of the company that might not have been in full communication with you, Mr. Mahaney. Long story short, at the end of the day, you missed your activation deadline and payment deadline by a day, and under operation of law, the license was void. And so we had no recourse but to ask you to come back, reapply, and to try to get you on the agenda as quickly as possible, which we've done. So we appreciate that, and I think that we've got everything teed up as far as having your software installed, in the hopes that you make it through this process successfully. And if so, I think you'll be on track. Does that sound accurate, Mr. Mahaney?
Yes, that does sound accurate. And first of all, of course, good afternoon to you, Chair Gibson, and Board Member Katsaros and Johnson, Madam Secretary. Your summary is completely correct, and a little more color to that is, subsequent to our several conversations, so that we could really understand the operation of law. And as we had discussed previously, we completely agree with that's how it had to work. We very much appreciate being able to get onto this agenda to rectify those problems. And in the interim, we have changed our contact people to the appropriate people. We've internally changed our processes so that everything's getting funneled through me, so that we're not going to have another issue where important board information notices, those things are sent to financial areas that really don't have anything to do with our legal compliance. So we've taken many steps to rectify the reason why we're here. Yes.
Well, wonderful. I don't know if you had the chance to listen to the entire hearing, set of hearings today. It was a challenging day today. It's been a long day, but you probably had the chance to hear some difficult discussions. The gaming space is highly regulated, and we take our responsibility very seriously, as was noted by Mr. Gibson, Chairman Gibson of former GVC. He noted that we wrestled with the outcome of that decision, and we did with that first non-restricted item. And I'd say the same to you, that we take our responsibilities very seriously. So I just ask, and I think my colleagues would echo this, and our staff would echo this, that you please understand how strict this is, how important this is, how important payment is on time. It's one of the primary reasons that we strictly regulate gaming, so that we can collect taxes and fees for the state and fund the general fund. So that's all I have. I turn it over to my colleagues for any discussion questions.
Yeah, I'd just like to interject as well on this. I know this predated Chair Gibson's appointment to his position right now, but I was directly involved in looking at this. And to use his word, we wrestled with this as well. It was untimely. We tried to find a way to figure out whether or not there was something in reg or statute that gave us that authority to say, yeah, don't worry about it, guys. It's just not there. Right. So we wrestled with it because it's not as if we're just bureaucrats sitting here trying to, stymie things. No, we want business to flourish here in Nevada. And we looked for every angle we could. We couldn't find it. Consulted with the Attorney General's office as well. So, and I will say we went above and beyond before it even got to that point in attempting to reach out to you and communicate, hey, don't forget, you got to activate, you got to pay. So, but look, you're managed to get on this agenda. So hopefully, it didn't slow you guys down all that much. To our credit of our staff and the investigations division, they were able to get this on. So just want to acknowledge them as well there.
Yes.
Yes, thank you to everybody, that's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Member Johnson, do you have any questions, sir? Okay. With that, I'm assuming you don't have an affirmative presentation, given the fact that you've already gone through this once before, and you're just excited to get through the process if possible and move on. Is that the case, Mr. Mahaney?
Yes, we don't have an affirmative presentation. I can report that the fixed odds field trial is continuing at the MGM properties as planned, and we're showing some success in that area, which is very good. They have decided to stick with us, assuming that we can become relicensed as a pari-mutuel operator to then provide that product as soon as they are able to, and they're very excited about those prospects.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, with that, we won't belabor this anymore, and I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary with the following condition. Any change in the agreements between Competition Interactive LLC, DBA Competition Interactive, and the sports pool and race books shall be submitted within 30 days of that change for approval by the Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. If no action is taken within 60 days of submittal, the change shall be deemed approved.
Wonderful. Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much for your appearances.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, with that, Madam Secretary, let's, if we can go on, check with our court reporter. Are you okay to go on?
I am. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Let's go on then. Let's proceed with our items on our restricted consent agenda first, given the fact that I think we're scheduled to hit this at 10:30. Is that what time we were planning on doing this?
That is correct.
All right. We're right on time. So let's go ahead and go through this part.
The items on restricted consent this morning are restricted number 4, which is the application of PCA Trouth LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Restricted 7 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc. doing business at Green Valley Grocer number 2 for restricted gaming license. Restricted number 8 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc. doing business at Green Valley Grocer number 68 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 9 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc. doing business at Green Valley Grocer number 75 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 10 is the application of Eclipse Route Operations LLC doing business as Eclipse Gaming, doing business at US Gas number 9 for restricted gaming license. Restricted number 11 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business at Terribles number 407 for restricted gaming license. Restricted 12 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Lamplighter Bar for restricted gaming license. And restricted number 13 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store 23201 for restricted gaming license.
Okay. Colleagues, do you have would you like to pull any of these off and have discussions on them? No?
Yeah.
Okay. With that, I'll take a motion.
All right, I'll move for approval of restricted items 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and conditioned as follows for numbers 8, 9, and 11. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much. So that brings us to our held out items. So we have restricted 1. So please read that into the record.
Restricted number 1 is the application of the Standard Tavern LLC doing business as the Standard Tavern for restricted gaming license, and the applications of Cornelius Alfred Radon, Christopher David Morahan, Centennial 215 LLC, and the Morahan Group for LLC for licensure and or a finding of suitability as a manager, member, sole member, and manager, and or registration as a holding company.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can
Is that
you
Ms.
see
Choi?
us?
I cannot see you.
Oh, good morning, Chairman. Yes, this is Serena and members of the board, Madam Secretary. Give me just 1 second. Let me get my camera sorted out. Does that work? Oh, there we are. Oh, amazing. Okay. So here I am. Sorry, we're social distancing, so we're making sure. It's a pleasure. In front of me, oh geez, this is Mr. Radon and this is Mr. Morahan.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So as you speak separately, please take your names to the record so that our court reporter can get it down right. If you would. All right. Do you have an affirmative presentation, Ms. Choi?
No, we don't, Chairman. We're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. I will turn it over to my colleagues to start the questioning. Please.
Okay. All right, Ms. Troy, just had a couple of items I needed to clarify what transpired. So one of them was a tax issue with regards to Mr. Radon, and the other one was just an undisclosed arrest. I wanted to make sure we had some clarification on the record. However, let's back up. So what do we have here? What's this project and the role of gaming to be in it, number of machines, what have you? What's the overview of the business itself?
I'll step in. Thank you. Yeah, thank you to the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Secretary. This is Christopher Morahan. I'm here with my partner, Neil Radon. We are operators of a current business, which is McFadden's Restaurant in Town Square here in Las Vegas. I have a background in the nightclub business with Hakkasan Group, as well as certain MGM properties as well. And we decided to venture out and get our for a gaming bar. We're looking for 15 machines, and we're looking to provide a bar and restaurant in the Centennial Hills area that is a full service restaurant and bar.
All right, so is this a new business or was there something there before you?
This is a brand new build out. We are part of a brand new complex built by Great American Capital in Centennial Hills.
All right. And what's nearby?
Right next door to us, we have EOS Gym. We also have a few bigger names, Wingstop, Meineke. Our friends at Greens and Proteins also went next door to us. So it's a full service complex, and we're right next door to the hospital, where we share a complex and a parking lot with big vendors, Kohl's, Petco, things of that nature.
All right. And what kind of food will you be serving?
Classic American bar food, the basics, and then also have a spin on our own with having more updated things like salads and burgers and pizzas and things that you would normally see at a gaming bar here in the Valley.
And what's your nearest competition in terms of gaming? I mean, what's nearby that also offers similar type gaming?
Yeah, we have a few. Buffalo Wild Wings would be the closest, right on the other side of the 215, which we are pretty much backed up against. On the other side is Distill, and there's also a Copper Keg not too far away as well.
Let's see, and you're going to have someone operate the machines for you, right? You have a slot read operator?
Yes, we have a contract with Jet Gaming currently.
And you've already entered into that agreement?
Yes, we have.
How long is that for?
I believe it's a 5-year agreement.
5-year agreement. All right, so that's a little bit about the business. And who has the prior tavern experience amongst this group?
The what, sorry?
The tavern, so bar.
Tavern. Both of us have extensive tavern experience. Mr. Redan, you could speak on your experience.
I've been operating McFadden's since 2013 at Town Square, and I have a long history of operating bars and restaurants prior to that. Very long.
And just as a reminder, as the chairman indicated, when you speak, state your name for purposes of the transcription. What's the name of the location out at Town Square?
My name is Cornelius Redan. The location at Town Square is Town Square Las Vegas LLC, otherwise known as McFadden's.
McFadden's. Are there machines inside of there, slot machines?
No, sir, no machines at all.
I didn't think so. Okay. All right, so let's talk about just a quick question or two I had on some of the other investigative materials that were generated. One was the tax issue, Mr. Redan, dealing with the Nevada Department of Taxation. How did that come up and what's the status of it?
Yes, sir. There was a standard multi-year tax audit. In that audit, it turned out we owed about $25,000. I've been paying it down, paying the minimum and or more than that ever since. It is now below $5,000.
All right, so what happened to cause that tax obligation to arise in the first place?
The auditor felt that there was an issue regarding comps, which was complicated by the fact that the bar is not a gaming bar. It doesn't have any gaming. So ultimately it was decided that what the auditor said about comps would be what was owed. And so we entered into an agreement to begin paying that off and have been ever since.
And so I would imagine that's not a situation you want to see repeated at this new location. So how do you get in front of that to make sure this type of issue doesn't arise again at McFadden's or the proposed location?
Yes, sir. Now I'm keenly aware of the law, as I should have been in the first place. And I'm all over that to make sure that such thing never happens again. Comps are recorded via our POS system, and the staff has very specific guidelines by which to follow.
Thank you. And Mr. Moran, I had a note to ask you about a 2004 incident with law enforcement that I just wanted to get an explanation of on the record and see what else we might want to talk about related to that.
Of course, this is Christopher Morahan. In 2004, I was a freshman in college. I was convicted in part of a sale of a controlled substance. Because of my age in New York State at the time, I was granted a youthful offender status, which essentially granted me an expunge of the incident. Also, I was told by the judge in writing that I would have no record and I would have really no mention of my record unless I applied for a federal job. It's been about almost 17 or 18 years since then, and I've applied for multiple licenses. I've been a Nevada sheriff's card holder for, I believe, about 10 years now. I've worked in multiple hospitality across the country, and in the city, and it's never came up. So in the process of applying, I didn't disclose that, but I wasn't aware that I had to. After speaking with investigator McElhaney, Therese, I was pretty much given a more clear picture of that. I should always let people know, especially gaming, when about the arrest. I have no business hiding it. I've been completely clean from anything regarding police for the last 17 or 18 years. I have absolutely no record of anything on my history besides that arrest. So it was an oversight by me by not putting it down on the application. I think because it never had came up before, because of my instructions from my lawyer and the judge at the time, that I just never thought I had to speak about it. But I do apologize. And again, any questions regarding it, I have no problem answering.
All right, thank you for that information and clarification. So you're saying that the reason for the non-disclosure was not an attempt to evade or disguise any aspects of your background, but it was based on the advice of legal counsel as well as your understanding of the instructions of the judge who ordered the matter sealed?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you, gentlemen. I do not have any further questions at this time.
Member Katsaros.
I did have a follow-up on that. How did you get swept up in this deal then? The one in 2004? Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Very simple. I introduced two people. I introduced a friend of mine at the time, who I thought was a friend that was interested in purchasing drugs. And I knew somebody that was selling drugs. I introduced them. They made a deal with themselves. And me, by being there, I was guilty. I own up to it. It's not something I hide from. It was a mistake as a kid. It's 17 years in the past. Again, I've done no wrong since then. I pride myself in not having any run-ins with the law since. So not hiding from it, not trying to keep it a secret at all. It's never came up in any interview or any background check I've done previously. And I honestly just thought it was just something that was away at the time.
So, how did the user know to come to you to find somebody who could actually sell it to him?
Where I grew up was just not a great area. I grew up around kids.
Please state your name for the record.
Sorry, my name is Christopher Morahan. I grew up around kids that were trouble, and I linked up two of those kids, and that was a mistake I'll have to live with. I paid my price 17 years ago. I was in college. I was doing the right thing previously. Even before that, I had absolutely no issues with the law. It's the first and only time I've ever been arrested or in trouble. And that's where I'm at.
Okay, because I'd say one of this type of scenario or this type of blemish on your record is definitely a bright line for me typically, or always. Certainly something that I'm interested in, and it'd be something where I'd have to weigh whether or not is this denial type of activity, is your history, does it lend to that sort of decision? Or are we talking limitation, or are we talking just full-blown approval? So that was one thing I wanted to have cleared up. I was just curious how you got even swept up into that, and why you were involved in the first place.
Yeah, this is Christopher Morahan again. Being a 17 or an 18-year-old kid at the time, you see the world differently. You don't understand the consequences and things like that. And I think that's kind of where I was. I really, there's no excuse. I'll never make an excuse for it. I think I've built the last 18 years or so of my life on being a different person and not associating with those kind of people. And I think my record from then on kind of speaks for itself, especially here in Las Vegas.
Okay, and to your credit too, our investigators pointed out it didn't seem as if this was something you were trying to hide. You were advised by a lawyer, judge, what have you, that, hey, this is expunged now. It's as if it's never happened, and you fessed up upon our discovery of it straight away.
Right, and this is Christopher Morahan. I provided paperwork, which I brought with me here today as well, that clearly states from my lawyer at the time, when I was 18, that this would be completely, it said that it would be vacated was the language. And in my mind, and from what they were telling me, that's what I thought, so.
Okay, thank you, Brad. I'm satisfied with the response. I didn't have any other questions.
Okay. Well, based on that, Member Katsaros, is there any kind of condition aside from the one that's listed that you'd like, any limitation or anything you'd like to suggest or consider?
I would not in this sort of limited finite example. No.
Right. With that, I will consider a motion, please.
All right. I will move for approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary with the following condition. Prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, the licensee shall enter into a service contract with a licensed slot route operator. The term of the contract shall be for at least a 1-year period of time.
Please.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for your appearances.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, congratulations, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Secretary, please read in restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Sada GSI LLC doing business as Texas Liquor for restricted gaming license, and the applications of Samir Israel for licensure as sole member and manager.
Okay. welcome.
Hold on a second. I believe they were moved back into the participant status. Okay, they're back.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Choi.
Hi there.
All right, welcome.
Give me 1 second. I've just got something on my screen that I can't seem to get rid of.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Samir, you want to pull that chair up?
Something got pulled away.
It's okay. Samir, pull the chair up. There we go. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Have a seat. Thank you. You're more than welcome to take off your mask. Yep. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. My name is Serena, and across the table from me is Mr. Samir Israel. We have no formal presentation. We are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Thank you. Well, as Member Johnson asked last time, let's have an overview from you, Mr. Israel, about what you'd like to do here, what your plans are.
What is Texas Liquor? Explain to
Please state your name for the record.
Before you
Correct.
start, just state your name. So there's someone typing it up.
Okay, first name Samir, last name Israel, middle initial is Zaya, Samir Zaya Israel. It's regarding Texas Liquor.
What kind of business is it?
It's a liquor store.
And how many machines?
We have 4 gaming machines, and we open from 7 o'clock in the morning until 2 a.m.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Israel. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Seems as if this is your second location, correct, Mr. Israel?
Yes, sir. Second location.
And you're purchasing this from your brother?
Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay. So it's going to be just a similar type of business then, it seems. And then your brother also, unrelated to this, has his own business as well?
What do you mean, like, is unrelated?
Other business.
Beside Texas Liquor, just that one. Just the Texas Liquor that he owns.
Okay, sorry, I thought he had something separate from you as well. Now, your background came back clean. I guess just curious as to how long have you been in Nevada now?
Since November 13, 1992.
92 is when you got it. Was that when did you immigrate directly from Iraq?
It was Turkey refugee camps, then from Turkey to Athens, Greece, and from Athens, Greece to Las Vegas, Nevada.
That's a heck of a journey.
I was almost 9 months of refugee camps in Turkey.
My goodness. Well, I'm glad to see your success story here.
Thank you.
I'm happy to support your application. I didn't have any questions on your background other than I was just curious as to how you got to Las Vegas.
It's when we were in Athens, we applied for the U.S. and my cousin was living here at the moment. He came from Anaheim, California to Vegas to work in casinos.
No.
And it just happened like when we wanted to apply to the U.S., he was in Las Vegas.
You didn't want to stay in Athens?
It was kind of hard in Athens because they don't give you jobs and you can't get a house, you can't get a business, you can't get a car. You just like stay there, like living day by day.
Those Greeks, huh?
Greeks, yeah.
I'm just
Greeks.
kidding. No, don't, careful now. Remember?
No, I completely understand what you're saying. You're actually being somewhat gentle. So.
No, it was because of the jobs and you can't get citizenship.
Okay. Well, I won't take up any more of your time here. Like I mentioned, I'm happy to support your application here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I did not have any other questions.
Okay. Well, we asked you to appear, Mr. Israel, so that you would see some of the prior presentations and discussions and understand the seriousness of being a gaming licensee here in Nevada.
Yes.
So thank you for appearing.
Thank you.
If you have any questions of us, please ask now.
No.
Nothing. No.
Okay. And with that,
there is a condition on the as a part of the recommendation.
Okay. You want to read it?
Ms. Choi, are you familiar with the condition that is being suggested there with regard to an equity owner?
Let me just read that to make sure. Forgive me.
I would term it as one of these standard types of conditions.
Yes. As far as the ownership, yes.
Sure.
Yes, we agreed to. Thank you, board member. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, with that.
All right, I will move for approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary with the following condition. If an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Israel.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Joy.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right, with that, let's go on to restricted number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Wynne Louise Lucky for temporary licensure as special administrator of the estate of Michael Herbert Lucky.
All right, welcome, and please state your name for the record. I see Ms. Aramini. Are you there? You need to please turn on your video.
Yes. Okay.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good
I was going
afternoon.
to, it's no longer morning.
Yeah, well, if we were supposed to start at 10:30 on this part of the agenda, right? We're right on time.
Yes.
Well, welcome. And your client, Ms. Lucky? Are you there, Ms. Lucky?
You should be present.
She's there, but I think she needs to turn on her video and microphone.
Can you see me?
Can't see you yet. Just
Reset
turn
me for some reason, so there was a delay. I turned on the microphone and the video.
Do you have something covering your camera lens?
There we go.
There you are. Welcome, Ms. Lucky. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome. So the primary reason for having you here is that you've never been licensed before in any capacity, never been before the board.
Right.
And we wanted to make sure that you had a chance to hear what preceded you, understand how that we strictly regulate gaming, and make sure we can answer any questions and hear from you. Give an affirmative presentation, Ms. Aramini. You'd like to?
I'm not quite sure it would be termed as that, but my name is Christine Aramini, and I'm the attorney for the estate of Michael Lucky, and also the court-appointed administrator, Wynne Lucky, who is the surviving spouse of Michael Lucky. One thing I did want to note is that in the agenda, it does state that the application is for temporary licensure as a special administrator. And as we've moved on through the probate process with Mr. Lucky having died in July of 2020, his special administration was opened in August, I believe. Since then, we've moved through the probate process and we are now in a general administration. So she is no longer, her title is no longer special administrator. Instead, she's just an administrator. I have a new court order. I also have new letters of administration. I'm not sure if that's relevant or not, but I did want to bring it to the board's attention.
Thank you. Let me ask our Senior Deputy Attorney General, Ed McGaugh, is that going to be a notice problem?
Mr. Chair, no, that'll be fine. It serves the same function. You're good on the agenda.
Thank you. With that, please tell us a little bit about yourself. I'm sorry that we're meeting under these circumstances. My condolences to you, Ms. Lucky, but please
Thank
tell
you.
us something about you, if you would.
I've been involved with this. We have a small bar here in Reno. Well, we did have, my husband and I. I was not a part of his daily operation, although I'd been involved with it from the very beginning in the 80s when he started it. So I helped from the background aspect of it. And when he passed away, I I decided to run the bar and take it over. And with that, I'm taking over the gaming licensing if I can. And I have started working here at the bar every Wednesday. So I have more of an idea of how it operates, although I've been, like I said, for over 40 years, I've been involved with it. So I know it from the background, but not from the actual hands-on situation. So that's what I'm doing. I'm here twice a day, every day. And on Wednesday, I am here as a bartender so that I can understand exactly and know exactly what's going on and what we need to do, more so than I had before. It's been a part of our family, and it will continue to be, if I can keep it going through the COVID, it will continue, and my daughter and my son-in-law will take it over as well.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for that. I will turn it over to my colleagues for any questions.
Ms. Lucky, I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for your appearance here today too. I know
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. I know your location well, frankly. It's like the Cheers of Wells Avenue or Reno for that matter. It's a very local feel. So I didn't have any questions. I'm fully supportive of this application here today.
Likewise, Ms. Lucky, my condolences for your loss. You said the business had been in operation for how long now?
Since 1975. It had started as Lucky Pete's, went to Lucky's Saloon, and he's had a hand in it since he was 21. He's been here. And I remember, I notarized actually his first application to gaming, and we weren't married yet, so I could notarize everything. And yeah, we've been together forever, so I just want to keep it going.
Very good, very good. Well, congratulations on that tenure. There are not a lot of small businesses and small family-owned businesses that have that tenure and that apparent level of success. So you all must have hit on something, right?
Thank you.
For you.
Yeah.
And so congratulations on that longevity, and all the best to you and your family in keeping this business a success, especially now.
Thank you.
All right, so if there's nothing further, I will move for approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary. And that would be limited to a limited license to expire at midnight of the February 2022 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard.
Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much for appearing, Ms. Lucky, Ms. Armini.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll pause just a moment so that we can let the queue run. Okay, here we go. Madam Secretary, please read into the record restricted items number 5 and 6 together. If you would.
Restricted number 5 and restricted number 6 are the applications of Town Lounge Henderson LLC and Town Lounge LLC for a transfer of interest, and Louis Godino Jr. for the pledges as noted on the agenda.
Okay. Welcome, and please state your names for the record.
Good
So we have
Chairman,
Mr.
members of the board, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato here with Argentum Law on behalf of the applicants who should be joining me as well as via Zoom. I don't know if I don't see them.
I'm here.
You're both here, okay? So with your permission, Mr. Chairman, just give you a quick overview of the application before you today.
Please.
So before you today, we have 2 gaming establishments, Town Lounge Henderson LLC doing business as Born and Raised Henderson, and Town Lounge LLC doing business as Born and Raised. The current ownership on both establishments is 99% Scott Godino Sr. and 1% Scott Godino Jr. As part of this application, Senior is transferring his 99% interest into the businesses to his son, Junior. In connection with the transfer of interest, there's also a pledge of interest in the entities as part of the promissory note for acquiring the businesses. And with that, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Scott Godino Jr., please introduce yourself, state your name for the record, and tell us something about yourself.
My name is Scotty Godino Jr. I greatly appreciate your time today. I was born and raised in Las Vegas. I went to Las Vegas Day School and then went to Gorman. My grandfather ran all of Del Webb's properties back in the day, Mint, Sahara, Park Place. So I got to grow up seeing a bit of what old Vegas was. And growing up in Las Vegas, I felt like I could recreate that. So that's what we did 12 years ago. And after hard work, I am finally here to buy my debt out.
Okay. Well, thank you for Mr. Godino Jr. Mr. Godino Sr., is there anything you'd like to say about the transaction? Please state your name for the record and go ahead and give us a description if you would.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman, and thank you for this opportunity. This was the end game, honestly, when Scotty came to me 12 years ago with this brilliant idea. I was skeptical. I was not really ever in the hospitality business. I'm a real estate developer by profession. But he's proven to me his work ethic and his commitment and his ability to make good, solid decisions that I'm now 65 years old. I'm on Medicare. And it's time for me to transfer the interest that I have in my son's business to him and let him take it forward for him and his family. So I'm very happy and very proud and very pleased to be able to agree to this.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. As I alluded to in the first, in the presentation right before you, it's good to see family-owned business come before us, and good to see the successes that you have enjoyed and the vision you have and the confidence you have in this enterprise going forward. So I just wanted to ask about the location itself. The address seems familiar to me. So how many locations do you have altogether?
We have two locations, one which we refer to as Born and Raised Las Vegas on Warm Springs and Cimarron, and the other one we refer to as Born and Raised Henderson on St. Rose and Eastern.
St. Rose and Eastern. Okay, which corner is that?
It was the former Tommy Rockers, the southeast corner, where the McDonald's is.
Okay, smart and final.
Right,
Yes.
right. How's that location working out for you?
We've been open almost 6 years now, and it's going well. I mean, we're one of the higher top tier gaming bars in Henderson, and also our retail is probably the highest grossing off the strip over there per square foot. But it's funny because our other location is more of the industry. Henderson's a bit sleepier. We've learned the last 5 or 6 years. So the graveyards aren't as busy. It's a little lighter, but gaming's great.
How many machines do you have in each location?
We have 15.
15 in each.
Yes, sir.
And you run those yourself, or you have a slot reader operator?
Yes, we were with Golden, then we were with ETT. Golden assumed ETT. We went back to Jet, and last year we went back now with Golden, all after 5-year contracts.
All right. Well, I had asked staff who conducted the investigation whether or not it appeared probable that you would be able to honor the financial obligations that you were entering into. And looking at yourself and your father, seem to be astute businessmen, and your father doesn't strike me as the type of person who would allow you to relax on your obligations. So,
It's accurate. We're Italian. I didn't stand a chance.
So,
well, Member Johnson, you're 100% correct. He is not going to, not one thing is going to slip, and that is a fact. I promise you that. But he's going to be 40 years old in September, and he's, like I said, he's proven himself to be a very successful young man. So I'm not concerned about it in the least.
Well, that's good. And obviously he had a good role model to model his behavior after. So all the best going forward. I know that location. And so best wishes to you. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you for your compliment, Member Johnson. I appreciate it.
I'll just echo Member Johnson's comments there. It's great to see a family-owned business, and it's great to see the success that you're having. And I don't have any questions, so I just wish you all the continued success going forward.
Thank you. Thank
you very much. God bless you both. Oh, all three of you. Actually, all four of you. God bless you, Madam Secretary. And Brandon Peters, I might as well throw it out there. Agent Peters was terrific. I mean, really, really good. So you've got a good man there.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Member Johnson or Member Casaros will take a motions for 5 and 6 together.
Sure. I move for approval of restricted items 5 and 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Please.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing, both of you.
Appreciate it, and just want to
Thank
echo
you,
the
guys.
comments that we appreciate all of the work done by Agent Peters with this application.
Thank you, Mr. Donato.
You're welcome.
All right. Take care.
Good day. God bless.
Same to you. All right. Our next item is a request for final approval of a new game. Madam Secretary.
You have one request for final approval of a new game. That item is Blazing Bullseye, submitted by the Venetian Casino Resort LLC.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any affirmative presentation? Anybody who's going to appear on this item?
There are no appearances on this item.
Okay. I have no questions about this item. Do either of my colleagues? Okay. Take a motion.
I will move for approval of new game 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Please.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. That brings us to our casino player dispute appeals. Madam Secretary, please.
You have 2 casino player dispute appeals. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed on both items. Item 1 is Jesus Tolentino versus Boulder Station Hotel and Casino. Item 2 is Jan Weaker versus Boomtown Reno.
Okay. Board discussion. Do either of you want to take either of these and have a discussion about it?
I don't require any discussion.
I did not need to discuss either of these items. I do want to make a comment and one of commendation to both of our hearing examiners. I just want to compliment both Judge Hein Bigner and Judge Lincei for the nice work that they have done on both of these. They were very analytical and rational in identifying the issues and putting forth the facts that were appropriate and necessary, and I just want to commend them for the work that they did on both of these items, including the items that we had previously discussed at a prior board meeting. So just want to thank them and commend them. And I agree with the recommendations reached as to both. So I am prepared to make a motion if now is the time to do so.
Please do, sir, please.
All right, I would move to accept the recommendation of the hearing examiners and the patron disputes read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Please.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. And I would echo Member Johnson's comments. Thank you to our hearing officers. They do an outstanding job, and they've got a very difficult taskmaster in Member Johnson who oversees their work. He's very meticulous in taking care of this area. So thank you to all three of you. Okay, Madam Secretary, this brings us to our last agenda item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters. We did not receive any additional public comments during the meeting.
All right, so we have no email, no additional comment. And so this concludes Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of February, and we are officially adjourned. Thank you. Take care all.
Thank you.
Thank you.